Good morning, all you lovely people. We are live as compared to being dead. Now, first of all, I want to show you a few things and then get to business here. I'd like to read you, first of all, an email. The course came from Barry. And this is kind of where and how deep this goes with intimidation. Well, I see he got up this morning here and see he again did another show. Of course, he don't learn. Now, in this show, he was on one hand talking on one side of the mouth, saying, you got to drop the case, you got to drop the case. And I'll stop talking about you. You got to drop the case. And I'll leave you alone. Then on the other side of his mouth, he was knocking me again and calling me a pedophile and showing me that phony video of me walking down the street. Now, first of all, before I go on, let's make sense of something here. Anybody in their right mind is not going to put on a show or put out a video, okay, where they're saying that I like to fuck 14-year-old girls and stuff like that. Now, I think I'm reasonably intelligent, and Barry keeps on playing that video all the time. Maybe the idea of that excites him or something, I don't know, of this 14-year-old shit. Maybe that excites him. Who knows? Who knows what lurks in the darkness of people's minds, but he likes to use that video, which of course, come on, get real. Am I going to walk down a street and do a video, okay, where it wasn't third party or it wasn't AI? Either one, take your choice. Where I'm going to say, first of all, that I like to go screw around with 14-year-old girls. Who in their right mind on public media, other than Barry, would do something as stupid as that? And he's done a lot of stupid things. Let's go to this typical email type stuff. This was July 6th. And let me just read it to you. Frank, listen up, because this ain't no joke. You got 6 months, no more or less, to make sure Obama walks out of the prison. If you screw this up, things are going to get real ugly for you and Gilda, Mom, and every last member of your family. Here it is, a copy. It's not made up. This is a copy. July 6th, 6:09 p.m. This goes all the way back to. Punishments will be brutal, unforgiving, and unending. We ain't playing here. We'll use every trick in the book, from public pressure to direct action. Nothing's off limits. You got to understand the stakes, Frank. I've got serious muscle and cash to back me up, and I'm ready to use it all to get what I want. Remember those brutal hits on Bantayan Island in the Philippines? The cow. Think about that as a little preview of what's in store if you don't deliver, and writes Ginger, meaning my dog. Clock's ticking, Frank. Make the right move. There you go. That's the tactics that Barry's been using with intimidation. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's just one. I mean, God, I've got, Jesus Christ, shit I got here. Let's read something here. Okay, let's read something here. Okay. This one here is in regards to his girlfriend. The complainant, in Barry's girlfriend's case, the complainant is guilty of prior, let me read you this. She's guilty of a prior breach. She is not entitled to any remedy in this office. It can be recalled that the complainant had harbored the fugitive Barry Lee Jordan. However, because of the initiatives and efforts of the agents of BID, the Jordan was located eventually and arrested at the house of a certain Charisma Saram. When a warrant of arrest against Barry Jordan was issued, the complainant was aiding and abetting the suspect Jordan to escape from the commission of the cyber libel crime. The long arms of the law caught Barry Jordan at Charisma's house. Copy of the warrant of arrest is attached as an annex. When Mr. Jordan knew of the arrest order issued in his cybercrime filed in a regional trial court, he moved his residence to Moelbuel, Cebu, then to Barangay Buena Vista, Carcar City, Cebu, and he stayed there hiding and avoiding the BID agents and PNP personnel. Mr. Jordan's asylum was facilitated by herein complainant Charisma Saram. Earlier, I filed cybercrime cases against Barry Lee Jordan, which the court issued warrant of arrest. Here, the complainant is guilty of bad faith about her. Motivated with malice, she filed this case. As a leverage against me, it could be surmised that Barry Lee Jordan, who stands accused of cybercrime 5 counts, now pending before Regional Trial Court Branch in Toledo, is using the complainant to pressure me to drop the said criminal case. She did not come to court with clean hands. Because of the malicious suit, it goes on and on. Now, this has been, of course, turned into DOJ and everywhere. They're all familiar with the aiding and abetting and everything else is going. That's why it's going to branch into something, well, something that neither party really wants. All right, what else do I have here? Let's see. Okay, let me get to the meat and bones here. We're going to go over stuff that I've never shown anybody before. And as they see it, the said statements made by her are illegal, libelous, or defamatory, and the statements are not repugnant to the social norms and standards. In fact, she failed to show convincing proof that I authorized such quips. The Annex P and its submarkings were not properly authenticated, thus inadmissible. Again, her conclusion is derived from her wrong premise. The advent of artificial intelligence technology, the complainant may have simulated the scenario, but as the allegations on paragraph 37, I deny I made any tirades against the complainant, Mr. Jordan, the complainant's family and children. So being, I did not transgress standards of human relations, and my acts are not repugnant to the social norms. This is all part of the having to do with a lot with her case, or well, her complaint anyway. Yeah. Here's another part here. As to the allegations in paragraph 15, 16, 17, which he turned in, are not grounds for deportation proceedings. Annexes F, G, and H are inadmissible. Complainant is liable for illegally taking the records. She is liable for violating my privacy. Sadly, the complainant tried to paint me as a criminal, but the aforementioned case is more of a civil suit than criminal, if anything. They said the case was terminated without my presence because I was in the Philippines. They was talking about different things on here. As to the allegations, the complainant had failed to show convincing proof that I am the author of such remarks or statements. Besides, the remarks are not defamatory harassment from me. They weren't defamatory or harassing. Let's see. Reading excerpts of this thing. Okay, point made anyway. Goes on and on. On and on. Okay. Well, I got up this morning and, well, there you go again. He did another show. Let's see. Trying to see what else I have here that's very interesting. Well, I'm trying to find the original order for him to be remanded to prison. That'll be the next envelope somewhere. Gotta get a little more organized here, which sometimes I'm not. Main thing is I have all this shit here. Let's see. Let's see. Just give me some time here. Okay. All right, we'll leave that be. This is not the stack of papers I wanted here. Okay. Sorry, I didn't know I had any comments on here. Okay, pal says the only problem I can see is that Filipinos really don't do sarcasm. If they have something, they think you're serious. Hence, the need to say joke after sarcastic or insincere comment. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh no, I'm not. And that material was received by the Department of Justice, actually, not too long ago, in review. God, I remember one of his recent shows. As much respect he has for his audience. Well, he's been begging like big time lately. And he suddenly would just get off. 20 minutes of waiting without telling the audience. I mean, if I have to do something, get off, I say, I'll be right back. Or I gotta hit the CR, or I gotta do this or that. But he leaves his viewers just like in the dark. But he wants their money. And he got so excited when he got a $9.99 donation minus 30%. He wants everybody to pay for his lawyer. He wants everybody to pay. Okay, here's the interesting thought. In regards to him not receiving any Social Security disability, this is interesting because if you catch him on here, He says he has to order this. No, he was talking about apparently what I think happened. I'm not sure. Is that I think he did get his original phone confiscated because what happened was he had his girlfriend go out and buy him on payments another phone. So, the plot thickens. This is interesting. I think his phone was confiscated. Then he, disobeyed the law again, and he went right off again to do more shows because he got his girl to put money out. Boy, does she do a lot for him, I'll tell you that. Why, I don't know, but whatever. He got another phone because he said, I'm making the payments on this. All right, but that's an interesting statement on its own. He's not getting Social Security disability. He's making the payments. I'm thinking, okay, with what money? If you don't have your Social Security disability coming in, with what money is he making these payments? How? And where is he getting the money for his daily food? Certainly his girlfriend's not coming over every day and bringing him food or giving him money for the grab. So he just catches himself in these lies all the time. All the time. He doesn't realize what comes out of his mouth, that people listen to him and they remember. They remember. So obviously he's getting money from somewhere, right? Where's it going to come from? Thin air? Is he a great magician that can make money appear in his account? The fact is, he never stopped getting his Social Security disability. Where can he get his money to buy these meals every single day? Good trick if you could pull that one off. Where's he getting money to make these so-called payments on a new cell phone? So, sounds to me that at one point, they did confiscate his phone. Something to that degree. And he had to get another one. So he has his girlfriend, again, the ATM, has his girlfriend go out and get another cell phone for him. As he stated, I have to make the payments every month. Really? All right, maybe solve that one. That he has to make the payments every month. Which means that he's getting money. From where? What, the few donations that he gets? I don't think so. I really don't think so. These are just things that I note when I hear him talk on his show. He doesn't realize half the things. And again, he keeps on referring to his woman, not his wife, and I hate to repeat this again, but when his lips move, well, the rest of that. Truly amazing. On one hand, he's trying to convince me to drop his case. But in the same breath, he's again calling me all these names, playing this video where I'm supposedly talking about a 14, AI didn't exist then. AI's been out for a while, dude. Do you know what that was? I'm going to tell you what that was. There was no AI involved with that. I will tell you that. And hold on a minute. I don't want to do a Barry thing. I'm going to enter the CR. Okay, let me get back to this. We'll have that train of thought. Of course, I remember walking down the streets of Cebu. Of course. Now, you see, what they cut out was the beginning of that video. That's where the editing was done, where they cut it out. I was talking third party, and the topic matter at the time was what we refer to as sexpats rather than expats, who come to this country for the mere purpose of taking advantage of young girls. That's what that recording was all about. It was third party. That's all it was. They cut out in the beginning my little soliloquy before I made that video. I don't have the video, but they have the full video. Somebody has a full video, but they cut that part out, so there was editing. And all I was doing was walking down a street. It was from where her sister lives in Cebu City, just showing the everyday life in the core of Cebu City. Street life, inclusive of dogs, of cats, of children, of grown-ups. That's all that was. However, cutting off the beginning of this video, because that was actually a video that was probably 30 minutes long. When I was walking up and down the streets, I wanted to get away from the house a little bit. It was a small place. So let's photograph the streets of Cebu. Simple as that. That's all it was. But I was talking, I don't know what the right terminology is, third party. That's all it was. Because in the beginning I said, this is the mind of the sick bastards that come into this country for the sole purpose of maybe they were able to get away with this in America or whatever country they hail from. But this is through the mind of a sick individual and how they think. That's all that was. I was speaking third party. So they decided to utilize that video, cut the front portion of it up, where I got to that point. Because who in their right mind, think about this, and people have been following me for a long time. I don't have the low IQ level of this goober. I'm not genius level, but I don't have the IQ level of this guy. Who in their right mind, other than Barry himself, would do something as stupid? Well, he has done stupid things. Do you really think I'm going to walk down a street and do a video with my voice, which is very recognizable, okay, and entitled on my show, my handle, and I'm going to say that kind of stuff, knowing it's public media, could have international viewers, and I'm going to incriminate myself in such a way? That wouldn't make any sense at all. So Barry has tried to utilize this against me for several years, and others. I was talking third party, that's all it was. They failed to put the beginning of that video on, so there was some editing, obviously. Okay. Let's see. Okay, pal, I don't know who you are, but you've been on here lately. Think of the sensibility factor of that. It would make no sense at all for somebody to incriminate themselves. I never said I'd never done stupid things in my life, but I would never be dumb enough to do that if I wasn't talking third party. That's the part that they cut out, just for your information. Simply done. Didn't require any fancy editing. Nothing. Just find the beginning of where I was talking third party. Take out the beginning of that. Very easy to do. However, those have been trying to use that as a tool against me. Now, there are cases where there's a lot of AI going on. Now, people like AI. They think it might be a great thing for people of the world. But look at some Facebook feeds when they are putting words in somebody's mouth also. That happens too. Where supposedly Clint Eastwood is coming on there talking about a health condition that he doesn't have. And you see his picture and everything on there, but what's coming out of his mouth is his voice. They can do that. Voice cloning. They can do that easily. I see that all the time on Facebook, but this was really not the case on that. It was indeed my voice. And what I said was what I said. The difference is the pretext of that I was talking third party and talking how the minds of the sick bastards that come to this country for the sole purpose of taking advantage of children, which they probably did in their own country, but they found it probably a lot easier to get that job done in this country. Now, this has been going on forever. It's not a new thing that sexpats are taking advantage of women and children. Nothing new about that. But they thought they'd use that as a tool. Okay. Yes, they will believe it unless you say joke at the end. Well, they can cut something. Dude, they can cut stuff out. They just wanted the meat and gravy. That's all they wanted. I was talking third party. And they took advantage of that. Cut the front end out, cut the back end out. Even I, who's technically challenged, could do that any time of the day. And I've never done that. What I put out on there is not edited. Any videos that I copy, they're not edited. Except if it's a clip, I will just take out, put in the juicy part, and leave all the fluff out. That's called making clips, where you get to the point to have the person that's going to listen to it just hear the meat and gravy of what the person said. Throw out all the fluff. That's easy as pie. Make a clip. Find a timestamp on there. Okay, start here, end there. Very simple to do, even for me, who's no technical warrior. Hemminger's back. Okay, who do we got here? Anita Man. Anita Man. If you just say chat or joke after such statements, it's all good. You don't have to say that. You made a point at the beginning of your video that this is what goes on through the mind of a sick bastard that come to these countries to take advantage of poor people, children, vulnerable people. They just cut the cream off the top and the end of it. That's all, simple as that. Hemminger. Yo, Frank, I came to your defense on Obama's chat. Of course, no one wanted the truth. Well, thank you. Yeah, I seen that he did a show, and I was mentioning it here when I got up. Lo and behold, he did another show about, what was it, 3 o'clock in the morning it was? I didn't see it, of course, till I got up at 5:30. And again, it was a real scream. Because on one hand, he's saying, you need to drop the case. You need to drop the case. And on the other hand, if not under the same breath, he was attacking me. At this rate, he ain't going nowhere. Well, let me make another statement here. I'm going to make it perfectly clear, Barry. None of your intimidation is going to get me to drop this case. The only person that's going to dismiss this case will be the judge, if it was his will to do so. With all the horrible live streams you've been doing geared toward me. And by the way, your audience is just getting a little bit bored with this, even though they like the drama. Then he puts these people on. He gets a phone call from his girlfriend, right? That was it. He didn't have the courtesy to come back and say, sorry, I'm still on the phone, so I'm going to end the show so I can talk to my girlfriend. No, but he just let people. And the funny thing was, people did sit there. 14 people sat there waiting. They were so desperate to hear his voice and hear what he had to say. After 20 minutes or so, there was still like 14 people in there just hanging in there. And I'm thinking, damn. Wow. Goes to show you, man, how people are not doing too much with their lives. I'm not going to sit and someone goes, with me, if I have to do something, as I just did, I said, hey, I got to use the CR or whatever, right? I'll say, I'll be back or whatever. I do that all the time. I have the courtesy of doing that. I don't leave people hanging. Now, unless I forgot I was doing a show and I got so distracted. Oh, shit, that's right. I'm doing a live stream. That's happened before where I had some other distractions and people wondered where I was and I came back and said, sorry about that. Or maybe I put the mute button on and didn't realize it was on and I might have been talking the whole time and nobody heard me. I've done things like that. But he has no courtesy with his viewers at all. He doesn't have no courtesy whatsoever. He leaves people hanging in the dark. And this is a guy that's pushing to get donations from his viewers, yet he's treating them like they're insignificant. I'll just go offline and talk to my girl. I'll, leave the phone and go talk to my girlfriend and fuck everybody else. Oh, unless you're going to make a donation. He'll give you a little attention and thank you and practically get on his knees and suck your dick for giving him a $5 or $10 donation. Boy, he's been begging big time lately. He needs to get a lawyer, he's saying. Well, the same thing's going to happen with the next lawyer. They're going to read all the evidence. They're going to see his attitude, and they're not going to stay either. So this is, what would you call that? Perpetuity. That this case will be going on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Meanwhile, he's not going to be free. He won't cooperate with his lawyer. What does he expect? There's times that my lawyers even get pissed off at me. And they'll tell me, well, you got to have some patience. Let us work on this. I might say, well, look, I haven't heard from you for 5 days. I thought you were going to get back to me on something, right? I've done that. But I'm going to tell you one thing. If you do that too often, they're not going to work for you. They might even drop you as a client, as would happen in his case. Trump said he's going to annex. Fuck Trump. He's going to annex Canada. Yeah. Heminger says, Frank, have you ever come across a corrupt policeman in your time in PH? No, not in PH. I've come in corrupt in Seattle. They're nasty policemen in Seattle, let me tell you. Oh, man. They're also nasty because they're frustrated with the city council and everything. And I say that because, you know how Seattle's become overrun with drugs. The police want to do their job. They want to arrest these drug addicts in the street, but the city council tells them that you can't. We don't want to overflow the jails. And they won't even allow them to give them a fine. So the policemen are just feeling that, well, why am I hired on the force if I can't do my job? This is true stuff I'm talking about in Seattle. It's worse now. It's way worse now for when I lived there. Oh, my God. I mean, drug addicts, there's needles all over the ground everywhere. There were certain stores, there used to be quality stores that are all boarded up with plywood. And it's horrible. The once beautiful Emerald City, they called it, is now shit drug city. Prominent people have moved out of the Seattle region. Prominent people, prominent jobs and salaries that used to take pride in Seattle are gone. They either stayed in the state and moved elsewhere out of the big city to somewhere else, but Seattle died. It's a shame. I was actually proud for most of the time, really, to live in Seattle. I used to tell people how lucky I was to live there, and for a lot of reasons, I was pretty lucky living there. I had a lot of good advantages there, to tell you the truth. We won't go into, but I think you know what I mean. I think my social life was best in Seattle, by far. By far. That's an understatement. It went through a lot of changes, though. And show's not about Seattle. I'm just putting a little background information about this shit. Kind of a long version of your question. Yes, there's a lot of corrupt and asshole cops in the Seattle area. Absolutely. Yeah, I've encountered a few on the road or whatever situation might have been. Oh yeah, but they were trying to do their jobs, most of them, as most police really do. Police aren't really bad people. Barry thinks they're bad because, well, he's been in trouble with the police a lot, so obviously he's not going to love policemen. Well, stop doing the crimes and, they won't hassle you, man. That's what I say to that. You show respect. I mean, there's a pecking order in life, There really is. I mean, we have people in these responsible positions because we need law and order. Let's face the fact. The whole world would run amok completely if we did not have law officers. I mean, who do you call when you have a problem? You don't call Ghostbusters, you call the police. As much as you may not like the police for your own reasons and causes, and maybe you had some causes where you genuinely didn't like police because of something, but understand, you're not calling Ghostbusters, you're calling the police department when you have a problem. That's what they are there for, that's what they're hired for. That is what their job is. And some police actually take their job very seriously. Not all police are corrupt. Not all officials are corrupt. There are actually some good police officers out there. Like anybody else, they have a job and they're just trying to support their families. That's what they do. Not all police are corrupt. And you can't stereotype a policeman saying that, well, because other people are corrupt, that they must be corrupt. That would be wrong to say that. Just like anybody saying anything on YouTube, that this guy did this guy's a pedophile, this guy walks in the street, he's chasing down 14-year-old kids. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure who originally put that video out. How many years ago was that? I'm not sure. It was a while back. For sure. But yeah, they just cut out the beginning. They took the icing off the top of the cake and left the fillings, and that's all they did. But if you were to see the top of the beginning of that video, I've still been looking for it because I've been wanting to put that on. And guess where it was? It was on my laptop. And my laptop is on the bum. No pun intended. But for those that are interested about why they keep on playing that video, or Barry does, because that's all he's got, and why not play up on it, right? They figure, well, that's got to be Frank's voice. In any other circumstance, that could have been AI very easily. Very easily. That was not AI. I'm the one that's telling you that. It's not AI. That was my voice. And it is what I said. But I was talking third person. And as I said, if you would have caught the beginning of that video, you would have heard an introduction that was talking about, and the topic of it was sexpats coming to the Philippines. Got it? All right. Hello, JP Paguia. I was in Seattle during the Golden Age, man. Man, I'm telling you, man. Boy, those were the days, my friend, that they'd never end. I'd sing and dance. Hey, man, I was a single man. Single man. Wasn't married anymore. I only married one time in my life. Can you imagine at my age now, I've only been, how many people have been married more than once? I've only been married once, and that was a disaster that I gladly got out of for a lot of reasons. And I swore I'd never get married again. Well, don't. I kind of reneged on that thought because there were several women that I thought would make a good marriage partner. But that didn't work out. And as it turned out, for very good reason, I'm very happy it didn't. Sometimes you got to count your blessings with certain situations where you think this is the right person for you, and then you find out, oh God, I'm so glad. Just like the chick Marlene over in Hawaii. If you remember who she is, she's a Filipino gal. I was with for almost 3 years. Even put an engagement ring in her finger. She kept on asking me, well, what's with the engagement? I mean, what are our plans? What are our future? Are we going to get married? And I just kept on putting it off because she was getting on my nerves. Got to the point I even asked for the ring back. She never gave me it. She has a big collection of rings from the guys that she dated. She has a jewelry box, man. Wow. I never got it back, but good for me that I did not spend more than $300 on that ring at the time, 20 years ago, whatever it was. I got out of that one pretty well. Sometimes it's just not meant for who you might be with. You're thinking in your mind, maybe there's an outside attraction, they might have a few redeeming values or qualities. But as time goes by, you learn, this is the chick that, by the way, tried to drive me. You want to know where my anxiety came from? Maybe I have PTSD. Did you ever think about that? Maybe. This chick tried to drive me off the fucking road. I was driving her back from my house in Hawaii, my lovely home in Hawaii, on a big island. And she lived down in Keau, Keaau, a town about 5 miles down the road. So I was driving her back home, and I don't know what happened prior to that. My memory doesn't serve me that well, but I know that, I don't know. She was getting on my nerves at the house. I was just driving her back home, and I was just in a pissy mood with her, man. And she was just nagging away, nag, 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 nag. So my reaction was, as some guys do, and women do it too. You're in the car, and you don't want to slap the bitch because you don't hit women, right? So instead of slapping the bitch, I gunned it on the accelerator on the highway. And she knew what that was all about. Show my anger, right? Follow me? She goes, well, that's not how you do it. I'll show you how to do it. She grabs the fucking steering wheel. I kid you not. To try to drive me off the road, even though she was in it. I said, that was it. I drove her home, said goodbye. That was it. That was it. And here's the funny thing. You remember I told you about this Xanax shit, right? Well, prior to that, I used to take Xanax as kind of an emergency medicine because every blue moon, and it was that far apart that I would have what you call an anxiety attack. You could be having a beautiful day, but then something, it just comes on you. It just comes on you. Fortunately, I never had too much of that experience, but I initially got that shit. Because it was something as an emergent medicine. That's the only thing that would really help what you would call a panic attack. Now, as I said, a panic attack, you don't have to be having a bad day. Something in your subconscious or something, your adrenaline builds up, and that's all I did. I carried it around just in case. One of those just in case medicines, like heart preventative stuff or whatever you may take for something like that, right? Now, whenever I had trouble sleeping for any reason, I used to take some Benadryl, an antihistamine. This is how it started, right? And after I believed that event with her, That, my friends, is when I started not sleeping very well. Okay? You could call it PTSD, absolutely. You could probably live for real PTSD because you weren't there. That was a traumatic event. Almost went head on into a truck, okay? That's real PTSD. That's real PTSD, not bullshit, made up shit of depression, PTSD, because somebody supposedly made a statement that ruined their whole life, and they're afraid to go out unless they were with friends, or they're getting accompanied by their friends, and they're afraid of the world, but they're out there dancing and singing in parks, and oh shit, a fucking complaint by his fucking girlfriend, you know. Well, this was real shit. Okay, so moving on that topic a little bit, or elaborating a little bit more, I noticed that I wasn't sleeping that well. So, whenever I could have, Benadryl, although it's not addictive, your tolerance level builds up for that. I mean, I personally know a guy, my old confidant guy, that takes Benadryl to sleep every night. I said, that has a tolerance level even on that, though. He says he takes like 5 fucking Benadryl a night. He must have started with 1. And after a while, it might help you get drowsy to fall asleep, but after a while it becomes ineffective. And as such, you know, you're going to start taking more and more. So what happened with me is that the effectiveness of the Benadryl antihistamine was just not cutting it anymore. I said, fuck this, you know. I'm going to take this alprazolam, by the way, which is a generic for Xanax, okay? They're actually, in a way, they're actually chemically a little bit different, but I didn't know that. I thought it was just a generic form, but it's actually slightly different. So I started taking that, and I was able to sleep better. And I've tried other type of sleeping medicines that didn't work for me. So it was no longer something about anxiety anymore, no. I mean, the anxiety part was a periodical thing that people who have GAD, which simply means General Anxiety Disorder, that's what it stands for. It was simply an emergency medicine. That's what it was. It really wasn't even being used for anxiety. Not at all. It was being used to help me kind of get to sleep. So I started taking that, and it's been an ongoing thing. But the good thing, which is actually very surprising, is that I still stayed on the original minimum dose every night. I didn't graduate to a higher milligram degree. I never did. Never did to this day. In fact, modern day, I was taking the minimum dose, which was 0.25 milligrams. This medicine comes in 0.25, 0.50, which is half a milligram, 1.0, which is 1 milligram, and then the highest is 2.0 milligram, meaning 2 milligrams, and I got to sneeze. I cut the minimum dose that I've been taking in half. In other words, I'm weaning off the shit. And I'm still getting the same amount of sleep. It's not a perfect sleep. I'm getting minimum 6 hours in, occasionally 7, which is rare. So as far as this being this Xanax junkie, if I was a Xanax junkie, I would be taking more elevated amounts of this marvelous medicine, not reducing it or not staying at the lowest dose. Paguia says, honestly, I love Xannies and the stronger stuff. Makes you nice and cozy. Let me see. If you get super severe insomnia, there is an ultra strong Benny for that. Well, there's clonazepam, which I have a lot of actually here. Oh yeah, that gives you longer sleep, but you're really drowsy in the morning. Got it right here. I don't even touch it. If I was a fucking medicine junkie, I'd be popping pills like they were M&Ms, but I don't do that. Contrary to what people talk about on here. Popeye loves to talk about, and even Barry and others, they like to talk about my benzodiazepine. Am I saying it correct? Okay. My benzodiazepine usage. Well, my usage is a lot less than people think. Remember, 1/4 of a milligram. 1/4 of a milligram. You might as well take an M&M or a piece of candy. But it does have some effect. And all the years that I've been messing with this Benny stuff has been so minimal, and I have not graduated to a higher dose. The only time I took a higher dose is when I was really stressed out one day, and I remember that. And I didn't take a real high dose, I just went up to 1/2 milligram. That's it. I didn't go to a milligram or two. Do you realize how some people are really fucked up? That it is common for people to take, and listen to this is true shit. People are popping as much as 4 milligrams of this particular drug several times a day, and in combination with other anti-anxiety drugs. Now, those are drug freakies. Those are drug addicts. Those are people who either have severe anxiety or they just got in the habit of increasing their doses for best effect. You don't exactly get high on Ben. People got that wrong. You don't get high, and your personality doesn't change when you're taking them and when you're off them. That's not the way it works. Look, I know about the drug. I've been dealing with this thing for a long time. I feel the same. I don't take it during the day. I do not take that drug during the day. I take it about 45 minutes to an hour before I go to bed. That's it. If everything else is good and not a lot of noise outside and somebody doesn't decide to get up in the middle of the night or I'm a light sleeper, different story. I might wake up and I go right back to sleep again. 1/4 of a milligram. When the average dose is at least 1 milligram, and you can graduate to 2 milligrams, they sell them in 2 milligram pills, but they don't go any higher than that. So people have to combine it. People have to combine it. But I do need it to sleep. I was visiting my daughter in Seattle the last time I've seen her and her kids. You act like I'd never been around her kids, you know. And I was there, and I thought that I lost my bottle. The van was coming the next day. I had to go back to Hawaii. And I had to go to sleep somewhat early. And I said, where the fuck is this shit? I'm looking in my bag. I'm looking everywhere. I was more concerned that her children, they weren't that young. I didn't want them to find that and take that and harm themselves somehow. So I was frantic. I went around looking for this shit. Where the hell is it? My leather jacket, I looked in the pockets. I looked in my bag. I didn't see it there in my zip bag. Well, it was in there. Eventually, it was in the corner in there. And I knew that I needed to get some sleep or be able to go to sleep because the van was going to come at 6 in the morning. I had to be I didn't even have hardly time to say goodbye to the kids, my grandkids. My daughter did get up because she heard me get up, and I said goodbye to her, but I couldn't say goodbye to the kids. So the van was there. And I didn't sleep good that night, by the way, even by taking that. I didn't sleep that good. But what happens is, you get more anxiety knowing that you don't have your meds with you. I was in an airport in Hilo, Hawaii, going to Philippines. And they had a delay It was a small airport area. Once you were in there, you had to stay in there. You know how it is. Unless you have to go check out again, go through all that shit. The way it was arranged over there, you were pretty much stuck in that waiting area. And I was actually getting anxiety. Oh, I felt it. I felt it going through my arms, my legs. I just felt it building up, and I'm thinking, oh shit. And guess what? My medicine was actually in the bag that was checked into the airplane already. My safety net was not there. And when you get anxiety like that, and it just comes on you, you don't know when. You could be having a great day. You could be walking down the street whistling. Oh, what a great day it is. The sun is shining. But the motherfucker creeps up on you. Now, fortunately for me, it doesn't happen very often, I'm very happy to say. But occasionally it does. And that medicine becomes, let me tell you something, that becomes your best fucking friend. Even over your partner, that becomes your best friend. Because if anybody out there has ever had a true anxiety attack, it's scary. Because it has some of the same symptoms as a heart attack coming on. I'm not shitting you on that. And if anybody out here knows about anxiety, they'll know what I'm talking about exactly. And they'll understand. So it's like something that you want to, and I generally I don't carry it around with me anymore. I don't carry it around. I keep it in the house. I used to carry it around a lot, but it all started, actually, and that's not the truth. I think when I was about 13 years old, I think I had my first anxiety attack. And the reason was, I was the last one living with my parents. We lived in a very small place, and, I was there whenever they had arguments and stuff like that. I was there to listen to it. I was in between it. And one day, I distinctly remember this. I didn't know what the hell anxiety was. All I know is my body felt different. I couldn't sit down. I was anxious. Didn't know it. Hyper. I couldn't even sit down. And my mother thought, oh, he's just play acting. No, I wasn't play acting. That's when it first started off. I've actually had anxiety from when I was a young kid. However, no problem all the way into my adulthood. The chemistry of your body. And as an adult, responsibilities of life, work, this, that, surviving, could take its toll on you sometimes. The breakup of a relationship or whatever it might be. Then it comes out, it bears its ugly head. When you never thought you're going to have a problem with that again, it'll bear its ugly head. And if you don't have something to control that, you go into a panic attack. A panic attack is you're not running around with your hands in the air yelling, the sky's falling, or pulling out your hair or nothing, It's just a very uncomfortable feeling that I wouldn't really wish on anybody, to tell you the truth. And I do mean anybody. I remember going to the ER while I was living in my other house. I was renting here in the Philippines. 2 times we called the ER because I swear I was having a heart attack. I'd even told Gilda I love you in case something happened to me. I thought this was it, Elizabeth. I'm coming to join you, And that's what you feel like. It's not a good feeling. So anybody's ever experienced that, they'll understand exactly what I'm saying. Frank was a man in Seattle. He got tons of stories. Boy, I do. Anger says it could be brought on by stress. Yeah, that could be a contributory factor. Why am I not getting anxiety attacks now? There's a lot of bullshit going on with the courts and all that. I should be like popping these like M&Ms, but I don't. Hemorrhage says, let's change the topic. We're all having heart palpitation. That's great. Yeah, she's my hardest. Yeah, sometimes talking about this shit. But I'm giving these guys a reality check of what it's like and why I take this shit. I take it Mostly is a sleep medication. That's all it is. And all it really does is it makes your respiration go down. Okay. Now, that's not good, by the way. I'm going to tell you the truth. If you had really bad lung problems like my brother did, my brother really needed to take something for sleep that didn't work for him. There's nothing he could take that was safe. His O2 level was very low on a normal level, and he did have emphysema. The poor guy, I mean, God, I felt for him. I tried to research things for him that would work and to get him sleep, and my God, I couldn't imagine what he went through. Although I've seen what he went through, but imagine, see, if you could die in your sleep if your lungs are fucked up, you could die in your sleep because your respiratory system is going to just tank on you. All right, we'll get off the subject of that. But yeah, maybe I have PTSD. Did you ever think about that? Real PTSD? Not like in a phony fucking complaint that my life is ruined. This guy said some bad things about me, which I never did. I never did. I never did. Phony, bogus, bullshit, diarrhea of the mouth fucking report. I'll tell you what real PTSD. I'll tell you what that is. I'll tell you that when you get hit by a car when you're 7 years old, which I did. Maybe that carried on. And when you're with some crazy bitch who wants to take the steering wheel of your pickup truck and force you into the path of another vehicle, that'll give you PTSD. Not supposedly some guy on YouTube just said, he called me a prostitute and a whore, which I never did. Bullshit. Fuck that shit. I'm scared of him. I can't leave the house unless I go with somebody. I'm in so much fear. Oh, bullshit. Bullshit. That is evil. That is revenge beyond belief. To want to go try to destroy a man's life to satisfy her loser fucking boyfriend. What do we call them in America? Karens or whatever? I don't know, but it's got to be a Filipino terminology out here. I don't know. Who does that and puts themselves in legal jeopardy at the same time? Damn. Frank, you have good acting skills. You need a radio show syndicate. Yeah, maybe that was the answer, man. I could have been a contender, Mrs. Heminger. I could have been a contender. But I'm not a pretender. I could have been a contender, but I'm not a pretender, Mrs. Hem. Yeah. Yeah, I missed my calling, you're sure. Yeah, I wanted to be an actor. I'll be honest with you, I wanted to get into acting. I really went into wrong endeavor. You know, should have studied with Lee Strasberg or somebody or whatever, if he was alive at the time. I don't know if Strasberg is still alive. No, I chose the wrong calling, you know, really. I can play different roles. I could be the meanest evil bastard in the world. I could do comedy. I could easily be in a thriller movie. I have the ability to do that. But the one thing I don't do is act on YouTube. I tell the truth. And nothing but the truth, Your Honor. Nothing but the truth. It keeps reminding me of Curly on the Three Stooges when they did that trial thing and they were trying to put Curly on the stand. That was a great scene. The guy that was swearing him in, he had the hardest time with Curly. Curly was wearing a top hat. Take your hat off. Okay, he takes his hat off. Raise your right hand. So he raises his right hand and puts his hat back on his head. Anyway, you know the whole routine on there. That was just funnier than shit. Paguia. Oh, Heminger says, photography is a dead end. Yeah. Should have been a cast with Drew Barrymore. Hey, I should have, actually, really. I should have, but the director They already put their shit together. You want to know the truth? Yeah, they probably could have got me in on there. No, the truth is, but then I'd have to go to Toronto. What, for just a tiny little part? Because they were filming this in Toronto. Yeah, it would have been fun, but I don't think I would travel all the way from Hawaii to Toronto just to have a couple of minute part in the Grey Gardens movie. I don't think so. Just like I didn't want to go to the Lost, the movie Lost, the famous movie Lost TV series. I bugged the goddamn coordinator who hires people, talent coordinator, so much that she finally said, okay, okay, okay. There's only going to be an extra or something in there. But, it was Lost. It was the last episode. I mean, the most critical part of that series. There's no bullshit. But I'd have to go from the Big Island to, where was it being filmed at the time? It was either in Oahu or it was in Maui, one or the other. I would have to pay this airfare to go there. I'd have to get paid for accommodations, my own food, and the only thing they would do there is feed the cast a little meal, and they might give you $25. And at the time, it was like not very attractive to me. She finally said, yeah, okay, this is where you got to show up and blah, blah, blah. Wow, opportunity to be in the Lost movie. Even if you were just an extra, I think that was extraordinary. But I didn't want to have to go pay and go to another island just for like a 5-minute viewing or less in a scene. I didn't think it was worth it. And I think at the time, when they wanted me to come out, I didn't get paid yet. So I couldn't make the trip anyway because there was too many expenses involved. But yeah, I actually could have been in a movie Lost. But, just as a goddamn extra. Eye candy in the background or some shit like that. It wasn't worth it. If you had a speaking part, then, that's, well, hey, man, I mean, shit, I'm there. I'll borrow whatever the money to go there. A speaking part on Lost? Are you kidding me? That would have been extraordinary. If I had gone to Toronto, oh, certainly I'd be able to meet Barrymore in that respect of being in Toronto. Okay, JP Quaglia. I watched the first Grey Gardens to see what the fuss was all about. Kind of trippy and depressing. Well, it was kind of a quacky love story between a daughter and a mother who were very eccentric, that's all. It was intriguing is what it was. I found her so fascinating when she was on a talk show. That's how I got to meet her. I looked her up, and lo and behold, the number was listed. I said, holy shit. Call her, tell her who I was, student at SVA. I made the arrangements to come out. Of course, I talked to her for a while and built up her confidence. That's how you do it. And I came out there to see her, and the rest is history. There you go. And it was great to meet her. I mean, she was kind of had a big following. Like, she was a cult heroine. She absolutely was. If you understand how many followers this woman had, you'd be shocked. She wasn't as big as the Rocky Horror Picture Show, all the fans and groupies for that, but it was a cult following, really. But she was up there. And a lot of people, I don't understand why. You'd have to understand her history, the family history, her character, everything that happened at that mansion and how it all turned to stone, and how they lived there barely existing. It's a compelling story is why I got interested. It was a very compelling story. And then, not to mention the relationship to a very famous family, the Kennedys. It had all the elements in it. That's why I photographed her. Had all the elements in it. And I got the opportunity to actually meet this woman several times. And we wrote to each other. It was fascinating. It was like walking into a novel or something. I mean, I'm not kidding. It was fascinating. Here's this poor Italian boy from Mount Vernon, New York, making a trip to the fucking Hamptons, for God's sakes. I go there and I'm looking at all these mansions, and they were summer homes. They weren't even yearly homes, they were summer homes. Big ass fucking mansions owned by some of the most famous people in the world. I almost felt like I didn't have the right to be there. Then I come to her place, which was rickety rackety shack. I said, what the fuck? And I do remember the first introduction. When I first came there and I called out, Edie, she stood behind her door, opened her door, and she had a kind of a ripped up screen on there. She was kind of hesitant to open the screen door until she knew it was me. And I talked to her and she seen that the coast was clear, that I wasn't some freakazoid. And we first initially sat outside and talked, and then she brought me into place and showed me around. And I was fascinated. There were rooms in there that wasn't touched for decades where, you know, the children who grew up in there, you know, her brothers, guitar, classical guitar, just laying against the bed like it was never touched. The dust was there. You go into this room with where they had this, it was a study, where they had a piano in there and they had shelves of books that were covered with plaster from the ceiling caving in. It was fascinating. I was so enamored by visiting her and experiencing this place. It was like walking into a fucking novel. I mean, real life. I'll never regret that. Okay, so now Kennedy works for Trump. Well, he's changing his mind, and a lot of other Republicans they're really getting upset now with Trump. And I don't want to go into that, but boy, things are happening. Things are happening. That's all I'm going to say, because I really don't want to get into the politics. A lot of people are turning their heads now on this guy. When it comes to their pockets, they're no longer a Republican or a Trump supporter when it comes to their pockets. You wait and see. I told you guys, you cannot see something going on in the news where people are upset with this guy. It's just going to get worse and worse. Yeah. What's on the property now? A guy bought the estate. She sold it. And the guy, I think he was a lawyer or something, that bought the place. He completely restored it. It's beautiful. He restored it down to the detail, but he added things. He's got a swimming pool out there now. It's a beautiful, beautiful property. It's right on Georgia Beach. It's right there off Georgia Beach. Just walk down the road, Georgia Beach, where Edie used to swim every day. It's beautiful. They didn't miss a trick. They restored everything in that place. The marble garden. Oh my God. I've seen the pictures. I wasn't there to see it, but gorgeous. Painstakingly restored the place. Gorgeous. Oh, prime location. Fuck. You know what that's worth now? But that was the only house in the area that was rickety rackety. Looked like an old barn, something from a horror movie, you know. Of course, the neighbors didn't want her around because she couldn't fix the property up. They couldn't afford it. The Kennedy family didn't step in and help. You know, Edie's cousin, Jackie Kennedy. Jackie Kennedy, that's right. First blood cousin. Not third removed, and not the first blood cousin. And she didn't come around and help until it became an embarrassment. It made the newspaper that the authorities came over and wanted a booster, give her a notice to get out of it, to clean up the property, or they're going to have to get out. That the place was in horrible condition, living in strewn, you know. Of course, that embarrassed Jackie, so she had to come over, and she seen the place, and she was shocked. And she had to do something to help clean up the place. And all she did from that point on was maybe pay the electric bill for them or something like that. She didn't do much. Well, Edie was jealous of Jackie because Edie thought she'd be the first lady and not Jackie. Anyway, we're not going to talk about this anymore. In fact, I'm going to be on it for a few more minutes here. I'm surprised they didn't tear it down and build something even large. Oh, man. They did a job on this place, man. And they did a job in Toronto. I'm telling you, man, I've seen, not by my own eyes, I wish I could have. They made a stage set in Toronto that you'd swear you were at the Grey Gardens estate. They did a great job. You know, my pictures are still fucking floating around everywhere. Some of them didn't even give me a name credit on there. They're utilizing my fucking pictures, you know, on Twitter, on, Pinterest. I look up Eat It Beal and I'll see my pictures everywhere. I don't make any money from that. Yeah, they're using my pictures everywhere. Well, at least I accomplished something where people appreciate my work. I guess that's an accomplishment that's ongoing. People were fascinated with the story, man. Absolutely fascinated. And Drew did a wonderful job playing Edith. And Jessica Lange did a damn good job of playing Edith's mother. Gotta give her credit on that. No, I never met Edith's mother because she was dead at the time. I wish I could have. I sincerely wish I could have. All right, end of subject on that. Okay, but no, I never went to the set in Toronto. I could have been a contender. But hey, like they say, it is what it is. I miss my calling. Oh well. I'm famous in my own way now on YouTube. There you go. I'm famous right here. I found my niche. I'm famous right here. To your delight. Not always to my delight, but to your delight. Here I am. Rotting like a hurricane. We get to look for your name. Oh, as soon as they begin the credits, it doesn't take long. And it says assistance or whatever, was it credits on there? In big letters too, and it hung in there for a while. You can see my name right on there. And in fairly good letters, and it hangs in there for a while. I think I was one of the first names on there for assistance. What was it under? I forgot the entitlement of that. Oh yeah, you can see that very clearly. And I remember Marlene, the Filipino I was dating over in Hawaii. Man, she thought I had like buku bucks, and that's why she was with me, you know. Because I had the house, you know, and then when when we were watching the movie, then I surprised her. I said, look at this. She goes, that's your name? I said, yeah, that's me. I shocked her. Now, after, I must say, and I'll end the subject on the Greg Oden thing, there's not much to talk about anymore on that, is when HBO put that on. Now, remember, I was selling her images online. And I got to tell you, when HBO came on, they were all looking to buy original photographs of Edith Beale. Anything to do with Grey Gardens. I could say my phone was ringing off the hook, but my computer was smoking. And while my girlfriend was living with me, we'd be ready to go out the door and I'd say, wait a minute, I just got another order. And she thought I was making money left hand over right. And actually, at the time, I actually was. See, here's how I worked it. I was living in Hawaii when this was going on. And I had a guy I know real well that ran a lab in Seattle. It's actually just outside of Seattle, in Kenmore, actually. So what I would do, whenever an order would come in, and I'd number the pictures 1 to 25, 1 to 50, whatever it was, how many images I was putting on eBay. Who's knocking?
Me.
Why are you knocking?
I'm knocking.
Oh, in the other room. Okay. Okay, so how it happened is that I would tell him, I'd say, his name was Dale. I'd say, Dale, give me 2 prints, 11 by 14 size of image number 12 or 13, whatever it was, right? Or give me 5 prints of number 2, okay? And how it worked out is that he would print this up, He would have the address of the person it was going to be sent to. It was America, of course. I couldn't send it internationally. And he would print it up and send it out. Of course, there'd be a cost to that. But I was getting like, what was it, $75 for an 11 by 14. I was getting $50 for an 8 by 10. And I was getting like something like $20. It was a little 5 by 7 or something. But, you know, had to add in the price of, you know, him having to physically walk it over to the post office and stuff. But yeah, the orders were coming in, and she was like saying, "What the fuck? Good morning." And she was like thinking, "Damn, this guy's making money. Like, what the fuck is going on?" Oh yeah. And actually, the truth was, I mean, nothing to write mom home about, but so I was told, I said, "I ain't got no money. Security, sweetheart." And her name is, and I will pronounce it the way she did. "No, you got plenty of money. Plenty. Like P-L-A-N-T-Y. Plenty of money." I didn't. I mean, I really didn't. I had money. I had money in bank for the house I sold in Seattle. Yeah, I had some money. But, you know, I wasn't rich by anybody's standards. She was, though. She had tons of money. Her father's death and property, and she got half of the value of a house for her last marriage. You know, a lot of money. But she'd pretend that she didn't have much money and, you know, do like somebody we know is suck off the tits of other people. She wanted to marry people simply so that she could get into the marriage and hopefully she could contribute to a house some way and then divorce you later on and say, "I've contributed so much to the renovation of the house," or whatever. That's what she did. That's what she did. But thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't marry her. Thank goodness I ended that relationship. I told you she was crazy. She wanted to drive me off the fucking road. That was it. It was all she wrote. Good night, Irene, you know. That's when, truthfully, I started to suffer from symptoms of anxiety. It happened at an early age, but I never had a problem with it. Fine, all the way into my adulthood. Perfect. Perfect. But after her, I guess you could truly say I got PTSD. Legitimately. And I did. I did. Legitimately. That was traumatic. And I've also got into an accident that was pretty traumatic. I fucking T-boned a van with some old ladies in it. My car got damaged. My hand was sprained. I was freaking out. I could have killed those people. It was my fault. It was a shaded part of the main part of the road, the main thoroughfare. And you couldn't really see with the sun. And then where, again, here we go, a juxtaposition of the shade and sunlight. I didn't see that van coming down the road. So I gunned it and went across the intersection. And lo and behold, a white van comes driving by, driven by little old ladies from Pasadena. Wow. That was traumatic for me. So there you go. I can legitimately say, without a bullshit complaint, that it is quite possible that, and I wasn't even in the war. You don't have to be in the Vietnam War or served in the service to get PTSD. I've had some incidents in my life that can contribute to that, 100% for sure. I'm not going into all the details, but I've had some incidents that could definitely qualify for that. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. All right, with that being said, I think I got to get something to eat here. If you don't mind, and I got to do some of my normal shit in the morning. My little 45-degree push-ups and some other stuff, and my hand weights and all that crap. Got to keep the blood flowing. You know how it is. I could wind up looking like Barry. God forbid. And that boy got big. That's neither here nor there. That's his problem, amongst all the others that he's creating for himself. Yeah, he was at it again last night, of course. I don't stay up and listen for him to come on there. I go bed at a set time. That's it. I don't care who's doing a live show. I go to bed when Gilda does. We generally about the same time. Except I stay up a little bit later than her. Sometimes I will listen to some things on YouTube or I'll look up some things. That's it. No more than that. So whenever I fall asleep, I take a little 0.25, and now I broke it in half. It's like non-existent. Still get the same amount of sleep. I'm in a good direction. Then finally it's going to come to the point, because you got to wean yourself off this. I don't care how low the dose. You got to wean yourself off this stuff. Yes, there is effects. If you just, well, actually, the low dose I've been taking, you could probably just stop it completely and not have any ill effects. However, you still have that sleep problem, right? Well, I think the way that works is that you will, after a while, nights, you will be able to fall asleep. Eventually. You might have a lot of sleepless nights, but your level of all these wonderful chemicals.
Hey, go Mike, you want something?
Yeah, hold on. Is that my eggs?
Yeah.
Oh.
We go swimming.
Oh, you're gonna do the swimming thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was thinking about going with you there. Maybe I will. But that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Turn yourself around. So I'm in a good direction. Smoking. Oh. Did I not tell you about that? I'm smoking half the amount I used to smoke. Yeah. I'm in a good direction. Absolutely am. Combination with the fact that I'm doing isometrics and this and that and that and this and that. I'm in a good direction. I'm not doing what the other guy does, stuffing his face to death so he's going to explode like an overfed goldfish. He's got enough problems. He just creates more. He just creates more and more and more and more every time he gets on his show and opens his mouth. Every single fucking time. But alas, people, alas, more to come. Because I have to find out whether or not my attorney sent in the paperwork with the videos. They don't always get back to me when I want. No, they don't. But sometimes they do. And this is very official. This time, it's very official. Meaning that this time, once approved, he is going to get his fucking phone and all options taken away from him. Yep. We're going to put a clamp on his mouth. Once and for all. I can't wait. No, I'm not getting too buff. There's been a change. A little in my shoulders, my arms, and a little bit in the chest, but nothing dramatic. It actually takes time, because when you're older, I mean, the one thing I wish I had here, and I just really don't have the room for it in that room, but is get a bench set. But you got to start off really easy. You see, the idea is you don't want to push yourself on anything. I don't push myself. But they said the only way to build up and stuff is to push yourself. But you don't want to push yourself to a dangerous limit. Monitor your pulse. I can go over 140, I could go up to 140 beats per minute safely. But beyond that is not recommended. Because, although this is years ago, I went for a stress test over in Hawaii, the heart clinic. I wanted to kind of see how I was holding up. Oh, that was an interesting thing. Boy, I wanted to stop that sucker because they kept on increasing the speed and elevation. They're monitoring you with EKG and all that shit and your breathing. I did very well. It got to a point, they keep, okay, we're going to up it now, faster. I'm thinking, oh, shit. Are you kidding me? They measure your respiration, all that. But that was years ago. I'm not going to say I'm going to have the same results now. Probably not. Likely not. So you got to watch what you do. You got to be very careful. You have to be very careful. And you know what's good for you and what you could withstand. But yes, you know when they say no pain, no gain? Well, there is actually truth to that. There is. Because you're not going to build up muscle unless, you're bringing your muscles to a point, you're exerting yourself. And what goes on in the process, you get a lot of muscle tearing going on, small muscle tearing. And when the muscle repairs itself, it gets stronger, bigger. That's the whole idea. And no, Barry, I don't work with 5-pound hand weights. They're 20-pound hand weights, not 100 or 200, but still, that's significant for doing curls with the hand. And you can buff up with 20 pounds. I've seen it so many times on the internet. They said, all you need is 20-pound weights. And you either increase your reps or you increase the weight or whatever you want to do, however you want to do it, it works the same. I'm no big bodybuilder, that's for goddamn sure. Never will be. However, it's better than a kick in the ass, is the way I look at it. It's better you do something for yourself rather than nothing. And I'm doing something. I'm very happy about that. You got to be proactive with your own body. Nobody else is going to do it for you. You got to do this for yourself. And you're going to want to do it for good reason. You don't let yourself go completely. And unfortunately, a lot of expats that come into this country, they already come here totally out of shape. They got their bellies hanging down to their nuts. And they're making babies. How they can, I don't know, some of them. I get really surprised they could even get it up, but they probably use a blue pill or something. But you don't want to use a blue pill if you have any heart conditions. The worst thing you can do. Worst thing you can do. Exercise helps and get the blood flow going. There you go. Exercise. Besides certain supplementation that helps too, but you want to do exercise. Use it, don't abuse it. You can set a goal for yourself. But anyway, I need to go. I thought I'd read you a couple of items in there. What his girlfriend did is going to come back to hit her in the face. Did I put a guarantee on that? No. Would I say it's probable? I'd say yes. Can I guarantee it? No. But we are in that direction. And we're at the point that if deportation goes on with what they're going to do, or if they decide in that direction, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer what I have to do. I may not even have to. It's probably not even in my hands. Because the Department of Justice has also received this information too. Amongst other, shall I say, legal organizations. It's now publicly known to these agencies. She has harbored, abetted, and aided Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. And what they do is initially it's going to be their gig. You know, it's not like I don't warn anybody. So I'm not a culprit. She's the one that put the complaint in. She's a culprit. By providing false information. And of course, the harboring, aiding, and abetting of a criminal. What do you think is going to happen? Is it my doing? It's her doing. It's her doing. So don't look at me as Mr. Bad Guy. I didn't make that complaint. She did. With a little help from her friends. Oh, she likes to lie with a little help with her friends. Where's that going to go? I'm fine. How are you? I'm perfectly fine. I go about my business every day. I go into town. I leave my house. I do. In fact, I might be going to a pool at one of the resorts here. We'll meet her over there. Oh, we got all kinds of side things happening here. Oh, yeah. What was Barry saying? What do you mean somebody owes you millions of pesos? Yeah. Well, not me. Her. You still doubt that, right? Oh, doubt it all you want. It's reality. Somebody might be going to jail for over 20 years because it's not just us. There's other people. Oh, yeah, she just signed up with a lawyer. Put the money down on there. She just signed up with a lawyer 3 days ago. Had to go through all the shit you had to go through. Barangay, this, that. Gal didn't show up, this, that. Oh, yeah. The great news is that if she doesn't get the money, she's going to get 2 properties. The way it's going to work out. Because it turns out the girl was lying, saying she only had 1 property that she didn't pay off. So the assets are going to be attached. And we're going to be the proud owners eventually of 2 properties, 2 lots out here. You betcha. Not to mention punitive and everything else. She's going to do good. She's going to do good. God bless her. She's going to do good. I'd have to put doubt. Oh, yeah, sure. He said, yeah, you believe that? That somebody owes millions of pesos? Yeah, someone does. Someone does. Actually does. And by the way, Barry, hang it up, man, with this. You owe $60,000 in Hawaii. It's a dead subject. Has nothing to do with your fucking case. It's at a collection agency. Would I have paid it under proper circumstances if I had to? Probably. But there wasn't proper circumstances. These people were professionals in what they did. They were career people doing this to people, trying to make a free paycheck. And you think I'm going to go give them? No. This was a civil, not criminal case, bummer. I guess you don't know the difference between the two. Like what you did to me is criminal. And actually, it's criminal that almost 7 years. And by the way, what is this thing about I'm an overstayer for 4 months? Where do you get 4 months? It was too long ago I renewed my visa. Where does 4 months come into this? I don't understand where 4 months comes into this. The ECC, well, like I said, again and again and again. It's not a voluntary refusal to make an exit from the country. Oh, no, no, no. It's not voluntary at all. It's not something I created. No, 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 no. I didn't create that situation, Barry. You created your own. You are legitimately an overstayer and everything else, and you never paid anything on it. And what'd you expect? What did you expect? I mean, really, what did you expect? They were going to smile at you and say, don't do it again. Don't overstay. Oh, yeah, and Ricky's getting carried away with this shit, too. They're all broadcasting that Frank's going to be picked up. It's going to happen soon. And I've heard this how many years ago I was going to be picked up or something. I'm still here. I'm still home. Still going about my business. Nothing's changed. I go out in public. I could even walk by the police station. Just another day in paradise. They were going to pick me up, they would have done it already. Fact, not fiction. And under the circumstances, remember, there's no resolution. They have not come up with a resolution to this case. So whatever it turns out to be, we deal with it. And that's what you do. You deal with something. You deal with it. You don't run away like you did, Barry. Almost 7 fucking years. You deal with it. You owe money to the fucking immigration. You pay it. That's what you do. You pay it. Don't run away. Don't run away from everything in life. You ran away to fucking Philippines to get away from some legal matters in the United States. That's exactly what you did. You're always running. The running man, the famous running man. He's the famous running man. Run. I don't run away from anything. I face it head on. I grab the fucking bull by the fucking horns. I don't have any reason to run and hide. Am I hiding? Well, I'm still living at the same place. I didn't get a secret apartment anywhere. I'm still here. They know where to find me. Oh, again, Barry got on there. He was advertising. He doesn't know how to stay out of trouble. He was advertising. Well, you know where to find Frank? Call the police. Call the police. Tell him where he's at. Tell him he's an overstayer. Help, get the police. Help, somebody do something to make me happy. Help. Jesus Christ, dude. Give it a rest. You're not going to get all the results that you want. And even if something happening like that, I told you there's recourse to that. Of course there is recourse to that. This could go on for fucking years. Let's say they decide, okay, we decided we're going to go through that complaint and put a deportation order. Oh, and I'm gone, right? Oh boy, I'm like out of here, right? No. Sorry to disappoint you, bummer. Mr. Chapstick. Don't work that way, like you like to say. It don't work that way. Don't work that way. Saying something doesn't mean it's going to happen. The famous counter affidavit. Yeah. As to alleged narrative of chronicle of public insults and psychological trauma. Battaglia's campaign against Charisma Saram. That she states. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, if it wasn't so stupid, I'd say it's funny, but you can't always get your way, Barry. And right now, oh man, you have put yourself in such jeopardy. But you're too stupid to realize it. He calls me a moron. Well, who's the one that's sitting in a jail cell for almost 2 years? I beg to differ on a definition of a moron, as you like to call it. A moron. Can't even pronounce it. A moron. It's supposed to have a greater effect if you don't say moron, you say moron. I don't know, is that a southern thing or something? I don't know. The only moron is the guy that's been putting on these shows against me every single day, who got himself in a situation that he can't get out of. Who's the moron? Who's really the moron, me or him? Who's sitting there, delightfully sitting there, in a filthy fucking cell, and he can't wait for me to join him. Well, it's my understanding I will never be put into detention on this. Number one. Start off with that. And if I did, believe me, you would not be crowing off on me the way you do. As I said, you'd be pissing your fucking pants. If I was anywhere within a short distance of you, my presence alone there would send you into a fucking tailspin. Stop looking at that. Stop doing that. You be in a fucking tailspin, dude. I control the third floor. And these guards, well, they listen to me. They'll have you locked up all the time. He thinks he's got these guards as trained SEALs or something. When in fact, he's actually getting them in trouble, as you will find out in the end. None of my doing. Nope. None of my doing. It's his doing. There is such thing as unwilling overstate. Well, that's exactly what's going on, Paguia. It is all just hype, Frank. Showmanship. They're just pulling your chain. Well, I know that. Oh, you got this coming to you. You got this coming to you. I've been hearing this for years. The only thing that came out of this was her report in all these years. That's it. I don't think anybody on here could handle the situation I've been through and do it so well. Because I got half a fucking brain at least. This guy has no fucking working brain cells at all, or he wouldn't be coming on like he does. And doing the same shit over and over again. Makes no sense at all, but then again, he doesn't have any sense. Well, buddy, cockroach, I know something that you don't. And I'm not going to say it on here to anyone. I know something that you don't know. Oh, I know, I've been hearing all this shit. Oh, wait and see. You got all these cases building up on you. I don't know anything about it. Lawyer don't know anything about it. According to these people, I'm the big scourge of the planet or something. That I committed all these heinous crimes. Where are all these crimes I committed? Did I kill somebody? Did I rape somebody? Did I rob a bank? Or a pharmacy like Heidi did? With a makeshift bomb? What exactly did I do? Besides tell the truth. And just repeat what I've heard in other people's shows from their own demonstration. If I'm guilty of that, then I'm really guilty. They just want to put pressure on me. Oh, you got this coming to you. Oh, wait and see that Brevis and Jay and Ricky are planning something really big. You know how many times I heard that? These particular people do not want to have any trouble with the law, and for good reason. They don't also realize that they're under the gun and they don't even know it. Because you don't know what goes on the sidelines with me. I talk about a lot of things on here, don't I? And you probably think that Frank just gives out his whole soul on here. Like the movie Liar, Liar with Jim Carrey, where he had to tell the truth all the time. I hold back a whole lot of stuff that I will never reveal on here. It's the element of surprise. Let's just put it that way. How's that? Be Okay, I don't have a lot of time because I have an appointment. Please stay tuned. I did an interesting upload. We went to a resort. And yes, we do leave the house. So watch my upcoming upload. It's about 10 more minutes to go. Maybe you'll enjoy it. Um, I want to address something on here because I get people that write me now and then. And I got an email today from somebody who doesn't like Mr. Jordan, but nevertheless, he feels that I'm going too hard on him. Well, I want to explain something on here for the short time I have to explain something. Everything would have worked out fine for him. He would have had a summary deportation and, he would have been out of the country. And whatever he does in America, he doesn't have much to face over there, but that's not my problem. It's his. He creates his own, problems. It's not my doing. But what I have to explain is this, which I don't need to, and I've talked about it thousands of times, but just to make it abundantly clear. Mr. Jordan decided that he would go on YouTube, and it's a decision he made 10 years ago. But more recent, of course, there's the 5 charges against him. What he did was wrong. And you don't go around, and he continues to do so. So they'll kind of get into the explanation here. I'm a little ahead of myself, but I usually am anyway. Feeling sorry for somebody that doesn't want to quit what he's doing and making a situation worse for himself. I'm not responsible for that. I want to make this abundantly clear. He's doing that voluntarily on his own, and I have nothing to do with it. He doesn't appreciate the fact that he didn't get away with something. He didn't get away with the immigration problem. He didn't get away with labeling me as a child predator, which nobody, and I don't care who you are, nobody would ever like to get that label, especially if you're not. And he went hard and strong on that issue. And he continued, and he publicly, on an international platform, calling me a child predator, pedo, etc. You know the whole story. Don't have to go into it. That was wrong, no matter how you look at it. If you're expecting me to feel sorry for this guy, you're pleading with the wrong guy. Now, if he did not do that, and he accepted his situation with the case, and he didn't get on YouTube, and this is after the charges, of course, were on him, more so, continued to do the same thing over and over again. How many times do I have to explain this? I don't have to, but we're going to go over this real quick because I got to get out of here. If he had stopped what he was doing, there's a very good possibility I would have just dropped the case. But he decided to continue. I don't want to hear all this bullshit that you feel sorry for him. He doesn't deserve this. He deserves it. He absolutely deserves it. There's no question about it. Heminger says, Frank, I just ordered an Everly Well Home syphilis test kit for Bomb. Yeah, talk to him about that. Well, you send it to, let me see, that would be the Immigration Wardens Detention Center, Mandawi, Philippines, and address it to him. You asked, I'm telling you basically. I know the official address, but we'll get there. So please, with this nonsense that I should feel sorry for a man who has not only attacked me, he's attacked my girlfriend many times, and you know he has. He didn't have to talk about her. But, then he took it a step further. I got to blow my nose. He took it a step further. And he got his girlfriend involved, and he said he never would. He did. That's history. She's trying to get me deported. And I'm supposed to feel, warmth in my heart for his situation. Get fucking real. Ain't going to happen. I know you're doing your part. You always do this, haven't you? Ain't going to happen. He keeps on pleading to drop the case, but then he calls me an insulting name again right after, with seconds from saying he wants me to drop the case. What? It's like, are you fucking kidding me, man? You want me to show you sympathy, sir? Just drown in your fucking sorrow, motherfucker. I don't have an ounce of compassion for you, and I never will. Especially with your cooperation with your girlfriend trying to get a deportation case against me, I'm supposed to be lenient with you? Are you fucking serious? That ain't gonna happen. Frank, you showed mercy on Obama. You turned the cheek, and yet he slapped you on the second cheek. Yeah. Pardon me. There's no such thing as showing sympathy or empathy or whatever in a situation like it. There just isn't. I mean, there just isn't. And as I said, that's not going to happen. Not on my watch. That is simply not going to happen. Forget about trying to intimidate me through yourself or your friends with these little phony emails that get sent to me quite often of people kind of directly threatening me or kind of indirectly threatening me, trying to intimidate me to drop this case. Well, why don't I just save you a lot of trouble? I am not dropping the case. You can intimidate me all you fucking want. When I start something, I told you, I finish something. And no matter what happens with this, in my favor or not, with his case, it'll be what it is. And I'll accept whatever it is. It's up to the judge, it's up to the court. There's a good chance he might be going to prison. That's going to really upset you, isn't it, folks? Look, I'll repeat myself and be redundant. It is not my doing on what he is doing. And he continually does. Now, if you want to feel sorry for him, feel sorry for him. But you are not in my shoes. You don't think of the other side of the coin, what we have been through as a result of it. It's not just money. There's a lot of shit. We've been dealing with this for how many years now with this guy? It's time to put a stop to it, man. And we decided, we, meaning me and her, my girlfriend, we decided if he had stopped, and this is a fair statement, if he had stopped, that's a whole nother story. There's a whole nother story. But he did not stop. And that's the point I'm trying to make. I do have a heart, a bigger heart than most people on here, not because I have a physiologically a large heart. I do have a caring heart, and I prove that many ways to myself, to my family. But there's a limit to anything. I'm not getting any younger, and I want to settle this shit with the court and let them make their decision. This may go on for quite a while. Unfortunately for him and his faults and his actions, he's probably going to be there somewhere anyway, quite a while. Heminger says, if Obama is past a point of no return, or is there a chance he can extend? No, no olive branches here, buddy. Poison ivy maybe to him, but no olive branch. I am not going to feel sorry for this guy. I don't have any remorse of putting a case on him. But you guys speak from a different direction than I do. It's not happening to you. That's the difference. Okay, if it's happening to you, it'd be a different story. I think I'll go with you there.
It's up to you.
Well, what are you going to do? Okay, well, all right, I'll go with you. All right, I told you I'm going to cut this show short here. I just wanted to add this because I think it was very important to kind of reiterate on this because they wouldn't have gone this far if he had not gone on his phone continually and laughed at the government, laughed at everybody, all the government offices, constantly making inferences to me and doxing me and mine, and again, still calling me the very names that actually got the goober into this situation in the first place. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. He has to learn that he can't get away with this shit all his life, and he's been doing it all his life, obviously so. It's obvious to me. It's obvious to you. I'm not going to sit there and take this crap from somebody like that. No. That was well decided a long time ago. Let me put some shoes on here. And I will say that situation certainly would have been different. And if he had changed his attitude, which he didn't, it might be a different story altogether. I could see some leniency on this, but I can't find any.
And I think if you can't understand that, I guess you never will, because you're not in my shoes. If you were in my shoes, you would understand exactly how I feel, how we feel. I'm just a retired guy trying to live his fucking life. Didn't want to get involved with shit like this. But when you're on social media, we all have a responsibility when we decide to be on social media. That we're gonna, be the topic matter of somebody. Somebody may not like you for whatever reason. It doesn't have to be much of anything, but that's the way it goes on here. It's a chance you take when you're on social media. It's a gamble. You despise Brevis more than I'm not too happy about him either. Okay, well that's all I'm saying. I wanted to give explanation of something which I've done before, but I wanted to put this to rest. No, I will not ever dismiss the case under any circumstance at all. What he did with his girlfriend was wrong. What she did was wrong. Is she going to pay the price for this? Well, time will tell. She's going to wish she never got involved with this guy because she wants to live a peaceful life like anybody else does. But she decided to give in to his wants and needs, possibly under pressure. She might have been thrown a few bucks too on the side from somebody who paid to have a lawyer write up this report. I wouldn't be surprised if there was probably a little money involved there too. Hey, if you do this, man, I'll give you 10,000 pesos or something. Oh yeah, man, sure. But she don't think about what she's trying to do to somebody else's life. The good Catholic girl she is, she doesn't think of what she's doing to somebody else's life because she's following the orders of her boyfriend. That's bullshit, no matter how you look at it. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to me. It's an all-out war right now, is what it is. That's what it is. Trying to get me fucking deported to be away from my family? Fuck that shit, is what I say. Fuck that shit. Tooth and nail all the way. Tooth and nail. Of course, there was money involved, says the best and brightest. Heminger says, Brevis is a coward. He's all in the drama, but pretends he's just an innocent bystander. Yeah, I know that. Heminger says to the best and brightest, are you knitting, Parlor? I don't know. Brevis has been around for almost 10 years. Well, okay, I got to end it here. So we got an appointment we have to go to important. And I just wanted to say, and I know you're listening, Barry, because you have nothing else to do with your time, but listen to YouTube and play your games. What a wonderful life you live, playing your Xbox games and everything. Okay, I'm out of here. But that ain't going to last too much longer, I hate to tell you. Sorry, I have no mercy for you. I will never have any mercy, even if I got deported. There is no mercy for your ass. I want you to finally absorb that. Don't try to, with your fucking intimidation. It's never worked for me, and it's never going to work for me. Put that in your fucking head. It's not going to work. That's it. There's your answer. We are at the Santa Fe Beach Club today. And we're going to go in a cave. We're going to be swimming around. Santa Fe Beach Club. In public, out of my house. Oh, my, oh, my. Oh, look at that. Nice place. Nice place. You know what I'm saying? Nice place. Nice. And we are definitely going to go to the cave. What a lovely breeze there is today. That really helps. 5-star resort. The Santa Fe Beach Club. Kind of an interesting cistern. From the gutter into there. Yeah. And here we go. Well, unfortunately, they're renovating the pool here that they have. The cave's over here. But they're renovating the pool. It's not a big pool, but it's nice. There's 2 sections here, actually. So, yeah. So, in actuality, there is a lot of places to go here in Santa Fe. You just got to go. Okay. There's so many resorts that offer different things here. A different feel, a different kind of environment, different amenities, if any, if it's some.
Oh, look at the color of that water. All right, let's go down near the water here. It's a nice little resort. It actually is. And the cave isn't much to see, but you'll see. We're going to go down in there. It's a small area, but there you go. There's a little bit of a tiny beach area here, too. It has a ramp going down there. Nice setting, isn't it? Yeah, it's actually very nice. It's right here in Santa Fe, man. Why do you think so many people come here every year, you know, for vacation all the time? It's not a bad place. It's not Boracay, but I wouldn't want it to be Boracay, quite frankly. Oh, yeah, look at that. People out there swimming, bonga boats. And there's a lot of stuff like this in Santa Fe. I mean, there's so many beaches here. So many little resorts that a lot of people don't know about. But you're never going to get away from people. I'll just have to put that up front. And that's just not going to happen. Now, I don't know why they got these tires in the water. Got one here. And over there, there's a number of tires. And I don't know if it's act as a reef or something for fish. I have no idea. But they're in there. Got to be some reason. Wow, what the hell do we got going on here?
Bantayan Island.
What? Hey, doggy. Who's that for?
Somebody ordered that one.
Somebody
Not
who?
us, huh?
Not us. No, we didn't order that. What is this, a boodle fight?
Yeah. Now you know Budol fight.
I know boodle, yes. Wow. Santa Angelo. Oh. Bantayan Angelo. That is a poodle. That's what it is. I was thinking about twice of coming here today, but it's overcast, so it's nice. It's not like my skin can't hit the sun and I'm going to melt or something. It's not like that at all. If it's too damn hot, I mean, there's always places to go into shelter here. That's the beauty of it. Yeah, we get out of the house. We actually do get out of the house, contrary to popular belief. You want to get into a fight, anyone? Let's get into a boodle fight. A boodle fight. Nicely manicured. Oh, cool. Kind of a neat-looking shell. Ah, it's too bad it's a little bit broken. They're doing all kinds of shit here. I don't know what's going on, but there's a lot of stuff going on here. Boy, I tell you, to own property like this in Santa Fe, man, you got it made in the shade, man. You really do. We're talking millions and millions and millions of pesos. No, I can't afford it. Nor would I want to run a resort, to tell you the truth. Somebody else would have to run it. The day I have that kind of money is the day I don't need to get a resort. I mean, to make money. That's a fact. Song of India plants. We grow that. My property I had in Hawaii. I got mass Song of India plants. I'd like to see what the guy who owns the place now did with the property, because I don't know, last I ever checked, well, it just shows the current property when I sold it, but I don't think he's done much. I don't think he even comes out of the house, according to the neighbors. But neither here nor there. That's past. I don't know. Pretty good for the resume. How many people out there, raise your hands, ever own a property in Hawaii? I don't think so. At least none that I know. Who knows, really? I don't usually wear slippers a lot outside, except when I go to the beach. I trip on these suckers. There's the crowd. Oh, what do they got? Carbonaro here. Well, it's going to get close to lunch eventually. I might just have a wee bit of that ham in it. Okay. I could probably do that. Gee, what language are they speaking? I must be in a foreign country.
Where's the
grapes of wrath. We got grapes, bananas, carbonara. There's no planned big lunch or anything here, just some tidbits. So that's for me, some carbonara, which is very popular out here. Not always for the faint of heart if you're watching your carbs, but it's not bad. And that is a squid that she is stuffing with onion and peppers. That's a squid, and they're going to barbecue that. Not for me, of course, but
And there was actually mushrooms in the carbonara, but I don't eat mushrooms. Call it a scarring experience. But when I lived in the Northwest, a friend of mine took me to Vancouver, Canada, out in the farm fields. He was out shrooming. We were out shrooming. And I was stupid enough later on to have some dried shrooms, and I took some, and boy, I regret that. I regret that. Believe me, if I was on shrooms, I would even love Barry. Something about shroom. I only did it once, Never do it again, because boy, oh boy. If anybody's ever got stoned on anything, really, the thing about shrooms is that it builds up on you, and it builds up on you. Your head feels all the way to the ceiling. It's like the high that doesn't seem to want to go away. And then it gets to a point where you say, okay, enough is enough, man. I want to come down from this experience. And it takes a while, but I tell you what, it does put you in a good mood. Hell, I'd be hugging Barry if I was on shrooms. Of course, a fictitious situation is never going to happen, because I really will never do that again. Oh, no, thank you. No, thank you. Guy trying to sell phony jewelry. They hang out at the resorts trying to sell this garbage. But they're doing something innocent, and they're doing something legal, and not doing anything bad. They're trying to make a living. You gotta look at it that way. They're not doing anything wrong at all. See what I mean about the tires? And maybe that's an artificial habitat for fish or something. I don't know. But I notice it's all over there. The tires go all the way out over here. And earlier you see me down the other side, and I was showing you some tires. Just tires all over the place here. And I don't know what the reason is. Maybe it's just kind of an artificial reef or something for them, a place for fish to gather. I don't know for sure. Oh man, plumeria. It is so, the fragrance on there. Always reminds me of Hawaii. When I was living in Seattle, and I used to make all those trips to Hawaii, I actually went to a local store that sold Hawaii products. They had refrigeration where they had, flower leis that were made of plumeria. And I used to just buy it just to sniff. That was in my heyday when, some guys think sex on their mind every 15 seconds. If you're a kid, plumeria just make me smell it, and it just transformed me to Hawaii, just like that. Transporter. What a lovely smell. Oh, you lovely people. Oh, there's nothing like it. Yeah, I'd actually buy a flower lei just to smell the flowers. I was hooked on Hawaii. And look, it was not a totally bad experience living there, I gotta tell you. We had scenes just like this too here that you're looking at, lots of it. There were beaches that had better waves and stuff, and gorgeous place. I don't care, what I say about the people in general there, but there were really good Hawaiian people there like anywhere else, But there was a definite attitude out there. It really was. Uncomfortable to many mainlanders that they looked at us like foreigners, like we are in the Philippines here. Oh yeah. That reminds me of Hawaii. We got a few plumeria going at the house. I mean, I don't regret it. 14, 15 years living in, most people would love to live there. These days, it's getting harder and harder for anybody to live in Hawaii. Unless you crash on somebody's empty lot, which they do out there quite a bit. If they know the owner's not in town or something, they'll get a tent, they'll get an old bus or old van, and they'll make it home. They'll make it their home. They'll have some LED lights attached to solar to give it a little light at night. They might have like a battery with an inverter, something like that. Is what they'll actually do. A battery with inverter, something like that, and which will power up their phones, or of course, if they got the money, they put some load on their phone, some data, and such. They had communication with the world. They were able to watch movies, and they made it work. They made it work. Where was the barbecue? And you remember all those land deals that going sour with, Paul in the Philippines and other people? Well, they had a lot of that in Hawaii. A whole lot. Yeah, they're doing a lot of, that's where they keep the sand and stuff on different projects and cement and they had a lot of that going on. How many times I was told by people that, they went and bought this lot on payment. Thought they were buying, and they even started to build a house on it. Maybe they built the whole house, and the owner came by. The owner came by. So what do you do to my property? What do you mean it's property? Your property? We bought it. We're making payments. I said, well, sorry to tell you, man, but you got to go. This is my property. So guess what? The owner gets whatever, it's called improvements. Whatever improvements is on the land, meaning if there's a house or structure, it becomes the owners, the real owners. All right, the charcoal in the bag, and you just put some leaves under there to get it going. And I don't want to breathe in the plastic necessarily. They got some squid, some lovely squid. They look like alien creatures. And I love shrimp, though. Shrimp, I love big prawns, but I'm not going to do a Fazio thing, man. Eat it with all the fins and legs and head on there. Make a choke on that shit, man. He did it whole. I don't know how he did it, but damn. No, not me. I don't want to see no eyes. I'm not going to eat anything that's going to look back at me, put it that way. Cut the head off. I don't care. Get all the fins off. Get the creepy crawler legs off. Another thing that looks like an alien, Well, I guess I'm funny that way, Some people can eat anything. I mean, if it walks, talks, or swims, or flies, they'll eat it. It's sustenance. And I suppose if you were desperate enough. Yeah, it's all this construction shit around here. It does look nice over here, but, they'll eat anything. That don't eat your back, that is, I'm just sitting here. What happened to my screen? Sitting here catching the breeze. There's a little breeze out here off the ocean. It's nice. God, you know what? I have not been on a boat other than a ferry in a long time. I got to change that scenario. Maybe go to Fantastic Island or Malapascua or something. Long overdue. But you see, I've been kind of busy with some other stuff going on. Yeah, but still, that doesn't stop me from living life. After all, I am out of my house today at a resort. Oh, that could never happen. Because I'm in 24/7. I'm a recluse. Okay. Hell, Popeye's got all these beaches in Florida. Does he ever go to these beaches? Or is he just waiting for me to do a show? Probably. Well, I'm not live. If I was doing a live at this time, he'd be recording it. Pretty sad. Too bad, too sad. But as you can see, I'm out in the open. I'm not running away from anything. No, I'm not. Life goes on, no matter what the situation is. Mine was different than the other guy, the clown. I don't purposely run away from immigration or ECC. I don't do shit like that. I never did. He did. I didn't. Sorry, we're doing a little bit of intermixture here of my pleasure and other issues here that I could discuss in a more relaxed environment and do both at the same time. Places like this allow me to think clearly. But I will say that things are in motion, baby. Things are in motion like the ocean, the motion of the ocean. But let's skip that subject because it's a very delicate topic with me. But you don't see me pulling my hair out. I'm not looking for cops. Nobody's going to come to my door, say, Mr. B, you're under arrest for overstay. Cops don't give a shit here. They all know us. And there's no reason to do that either. There isn't any. What? Overstay? A week? I don't know, everybody's talking about 4 months. Where does 4 months come into this? Don't forget, I was able to renew my visas twice. So how am I an overstayer for 4 months? I don't know, I heard that being pitched around. Where am I an overstayer for 4 months? Well, you people really like to exaggerate things on here, don't you? Okay, enough of that. Now, Santa Fe, mind you, is becoming increasingly a place for people to come to vacation because there's been so many changes. The town is building up. Big resort they're building, very big hotel, whatever, with casino. And I mean, it's caught on a long time ago about Santa Fe, but there's just more and more people that are actually coming here. And when, of course, we got the airport going again, but only twice a week, unfortunately. But when that changes, when they actually do flights to Manila and back, well, that's going to be a big change, because there's going to be a big influx of tourists coming here like crazy. And yes, good. Locals will prosper. They deserve it. Businesses will flourish. More will be built to accommodate the extra tourism here. So it works for everyone. There's a pool here that they've, I don't know, completely renovating. I don't know what to do. I don't remember if this existed before. They're just renovating this small pool. They have a bigger one, different. But at least they're making some advances here. No, the resorts are actually nice out here. They're not bad. It's a nice place. Santa Fe is a nice place. Now, I'm not encouraging you to live here. Go to Boracay or somewhere, but it is a nice place to at least visit. So maybe it's not a place that somebody wants to live in if you're much younger. But yeah, it is a good family place. It's a good retirement place. That it is. Might have to cut this excursion short. I don't know what time it is, but we have a meeting with the local lawyer at 1 o'clock. And we'll see what that's all about. Well, you know, we know what it's about. But, yeah, today is Saturday, too. That's interesting. I wasn't planning on staying here all day anyway. I'm one of those guys that like to go somewhere, you know, enjoy whatever you're going to enjoy, do what you have to do, and wave goodbye. You know, I'm a very impatient person, you know, but if it's such a glorious place, of course, I'll stay there longer, according to what the event is or what's going on. But good, it's an overcast day, which works out very well for us, actually, today. It's not that hot, but hey, April is coming, man. I don't know where you guys are living out here, but I'll tell you what, if you're living in a big city like Cebu, concrete jungle, man, that's going to be hot. I'd sooner live here than Cebu. I realize totally that the amenities are not here. The good shopping, the malls, the medical institutions, hospitals, and so forth, and other amenities are there in the big city, but that is quite big of a trade-off for me. Even if I had health issues, and knock on wood, knock on my head here, I still wouldn't live in Cebu. I'd make the long trip and hope for the best. And that's exactly what I do. I just hope for the best. Shit, man, I can't believe it. I'll be 71 at the end of May. And I'm thinking, and I'm always thinking about this, saying, where the hell does time go by? My brother passed away March 8th of last year. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? March 8th has already passed. It makes a whole year. I'm telling you, man, there's something as you start to get to an older age, time just, I don't know if it's state of mind or something, but time just really flies by and you don't realize it. It just seems that we just passed Christmas not too long ago. But it's been, what, 4 months since Christmas, January, well, almost 3 months or so. It's like, holy shit, are you kidding me? Time goes by as you get older. When you're a kid, you know, time seems to last forever. You know, we get school break in the summer, you know, it's like it seems forever. But as an adult, no, there's something quirky about that. You know, there really is. Well, I guess the new expression these days, if I heard on other shows, is something goofy about it. Goofy is the new word. There's something goofy about this. A goofy doctor or goofy something. I guess that's the new word out here, is goofy, trendy. Goofy. You know, if you have to live somewhere, this is not a bad place, man. It's not a bad place. Shit, I could be living in a big city somewhere. I could be back in Hawaii, which is not a bad place. I mean, if you could have to be stuck anywhere, I wouldn't call being stuck in the most beautiful place in the United States, is Hawaii. I got to live there for 15 years, man. Had my fill, and like anything else, you get your fill, you move on with something. You can always adjust to a new environment. forcibly, voluntarily, whatever the situation be. You could always adjust to a new environment. It takes a few months, but bam, you're there. No matter where you are, there you are. You know, no matter where you go, there you are. You know, back in America, these big dirty cities full of drugs, and not that any drugs out here, but a little bit less on the islands here, but it exists. I mean, don't get me wrong. But look at this scenery. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Coconut palms. Beautiful ocean. Could be worse. I've had that advantage in my life, you know. I'm glad to say I got to live in the biggest wonderful cities in the world. Well, I didn't live in a city, though, New York State, which, by the way, is beautiful. It's not just a city. We got the countryside up there. There's mountains that are up to 5,000 feet, believe it or not. There are lakes and rivers and streams. All that. New York affords all that stuff. Okay, and then there was, of course, Washington State, which, beautiful place. Great during the time I've been there. And it's still great if you get out of Seattle. It died. It died. It's dead. It's gone. The Emerald City is gone. Okay, so from there I went to Hawaii. And of course, need not say much more about that. Beautiful, but bad local attitudes having to do with sovereignty. And they looked at you as a foreigner, which you weren't. You just happened to come from the mainland. And here I am in the Philippines. It's not a bad transgression in my life. I don't think so. I got to live different places. Some people are stagnant in one place all their life, all their life, all their life. Ah, man. It's good for some people, but it's not good for me. I sometimes welcome change, according to what the situation is. If it's forcible, well, it's not really welcome, but you still make the best of it. If it's voluntary, it's totally voluntary. It's all cool. And you made a decision about something. So, everybody, I'm not very adjustable. I have these adjustable features. I just started singing around with friends. I am a woman in love. Da, 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 da. Well, that's good. Don't be stressed. I said, I'm not stressed. I'm not a stressed muscle in my body right now. We're going to hit the Octong Cave here. And we're going to invite you in there. Well, we're not going to get all totally wet or anything because we got an appointment at 1 o'clock. So that just came up. And, we'll go in there, show you around. It's a small cave and small, nothing to write mom home about. But, hey, it's something. Okay, and here's the entrance. I'll take my sunglasses off so they don't fall on my fucking face. I know you'd like to see that. Okay, this is what we got going here. Just a little small enclave. And the water, I understand, is very cold.
But later na I swim because I got an appointment.
It's very clear. The water is very clear.
It's crystal water.
Crystal water. And you got people just soaking in there to keep cool. It's a very small cave, but, anytime you have a resort and they have some kind of a feature here, they're going to exemplify. They're going to put this out in the open and use this as a tool to attract customers here. Well, we got Octong Cave here. Imagine if this... Damn. The way these rocks are hanging, this whole shit could come down. I'm looking at cracks over here. I'm a very observant person. I'm very observant. There are fissures in here. Do you know how many tons this is if it came down? You're dead. You're gone. They ain't going to get you out of there in time if you're not crushed. But let's not look at the negative thing of this. Let's look at the beauty of this. It's a little cave. It has water in here. Is that salt water or natural? That is salt water. Okay, so... Yeah, so this is...
If the high tide, so this one is getting high. Also the water.
At high tide, the water gets
High
high,
tide, so they lower it.
and it'll come all the way up to here. So it's going to be deeper. It's going to be deeper.
Oh, slowly.
Walk slowly. She don't want me to trip. Well, neither do I. This is wet.
Kaya nang clock sa klasan. Kaya nang skywalk sa Magikay.
There's another small section here, but god damn, I'm just observing this because I'm observant. There has to be somebody that comes in there now and then to make an assessment of the safety on here. I'm looking at all the gaps and everything in here. If there was an earthquake, I certainly would not want to be in here. This goes back a little bit. I see a light back there. So this does go back a little bit here. Well, we were planning to go in there, but we have an appointment, so... Okay. Slippery one where we at? Yes, it is. Greetings, neighbor. Check you out. Kick the tires a little bit. You gotta love dogs. Or not. You could always say, Chet, Chet. Get out a pot of boiling water and throw rocks at him. I don't do that. I'm not cruel in that way. Ah, Singapore. Who got that bag and how did they get that bag? Okay, we have to say goodbye to this wonderful resort here because of our appointment. But she's going to come back later, I'm pretty sure, to join her friends. We had a slight interruption of plans today, but we got to go to the resort, ate a few things here, and little tour of the cave, not much, but it's something. Explore Santa Fe, Bantayan Islands, the Philippines. And the beauty of this place is we could actually walk to our house. Our house. Our house is a very, very fine house with 2 dogs and a car and whatever. You don't read the lyrics. At least I get the first sentence out of it, you know, the lyrics. Anyway, give me some credit. I'm old, remember? Old and moldy. I love Octone Cave, it says. Yeah, the beauty of it is we can walk. We can walk from this beautiful 5-star resort to our house and other beaches. My goodness. Some people call things 5-star when they're really not. If you want to be in a big, ugly city, you know, even if you have the most deluxe accommodations, go out the door and see what faces you. Pollution, traffic, noise, beggars, whores, prostitutes. Well, some are kind of into that stuff. I don't need to be. I can walk right to our house. Okay, we're going to try something. Let's see how long it takes from leaving the entryway to get to our house. Okay, don't forget to map this now. You got to map this. You got to map this. Punch it in. Okay, so like, you know, we're outside. Okay, look around. Nice setting, isn't it? And I'm not going to turn the camera off. There's different ways of getting to the house, but we're taking a more direct way, I guess. Going through some property here, actually. It's a public ease way, actually. We're not really interfering on somebody's property. It's dirty, but yeah. And this is the main little way that we get away from the resorts. Come through here, and we haven't stopped the camera, so, and I'm not putting a timer on here, but hello. Hello. I must have done something wrong is to say hello to these kids. Was I photographing down their shirts? Sick, man, sick. Okay, look at us. This is part of the roadway where we live that actually is paved. And I gave a story about this. Because the person who owns most of this property you see here used to be the mayor here at one time. And he owns all these lots. So what he did was he had to give value to his property. And I don't know if he used it of his own money or his own influence with the municipality. I don't know. But this nice stretch of cement road, which should be going all the way up past our house, is not. People still dump shit here. That's not going to stop. Oh, that's a big old frog that's dead. Nice, paved. Then we're going to come into the unpaved. How many minutes has it been since I walked out of there? And we're not that far from the house. Okay, it ends right here. It ends right here. I'm taking you on the walk and I'll show you how close it is to the house. It's a relatively small walking distance. Not going to turn the camera off until we get to the house. It's very sweaty today, very humid. I wouldn't have stayed there that long anyway at the resort. I know when it's time for me to say, okay, had enough. And I don't stay there by any obligation. I just go. Okay, enough. Had the sights, I did this, I did that, did this, that. Okay, well, look where we are. You know what's around the corner here? Keep on walking. I'm walking. I'm talking. And right up over here, past this lot, is going to be our house. As you see, there's not a cotillion of homes across the street here. There's not. Yeah, this is where it gets rocky, and people are very reluctant to take their cars because if the underbelly of the car, something hits that, oh, they're going to be in trouble. But they won't pave this. No. They'll expect you to do it, but that's a lot of work to excavate that. These rocks. And here's a house next to my neighbor's house. And here we are. Now, that wasn't an incredible walk, was it? No. Now I got to repaint my wall and repaint the railing on here, but here we are, we're home. Was that a long walk? I didn't time it. I always said about 8 minutes to the house, maybe it was longer. And here we are at the chateau. And that ends my show.
Well, good afternoon, or late afternoon. How am I getting smiley faces? Is that something that somebody's sending? I don't know. I never figured this out. I don't know. I was just thinking about something here because that stereotypical email from somebody who was, I mentioned earlier, that was making judgment on me in regards to, the guy that's in jail. But he also would dive into something like, he must be psychic or something, I don't know, but I don't think he's psychic. Making, and I hear this all the time, making judgments on my relationship and what my girlfriend thinks of me and all that. I don't know, unless you're living with me, how would you know? Unless you got secret cameras around here. We live a normal relationship. It's a very loving relationship, actually. And our relationship gets deeper and deeper every day, especially knowing that I'm 20 years old. You know what I was actually laughing about? I was watching I don't know, on the Facebook feed or something. Where did I get this shit? I don't know. Some British country or something. And this good-looking blonde gal, 20 years old, and she's together with a gentleman who's 40 years old. 20-year difference. Now, this is in Britain somewhere, judging by their accents. I don't know. Somewhere, but not America, no. And confronting the parents, or parents confronting them, and they're saying they shouldn't be together because, great age gap, and I'm laughing because you know, here in the Philippines, this is so common that people don't even blink their eye. But you know, if you've been gone from the United States from a while, you'll listen to this stuff and you'll laugh because it's so common in Western countries that, you know, the age gap is such a huge thing, especially in America. Well, everywhere really. You know, the old ideology that, you know, you're supposed to meet somebody your own age and grow old together. Yeah, if you could, that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. That's pretty normal. But for example, the girl is 20 years old and he's 40. He's not like 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. He's 40 years old. The guy's 40 years old. She's 20. That's not bad. There's a 20-year difference between me and my girlfriend. Works for us. But, you know, here in the Philippines, they don't look at that. Well, some people do. I mean, there are Filipino people that they see a guy all grizzly looking, all grayed out and big belly and hairy chest and whatever, you know, alcoholic, you know, and they see this guy with a very young and a lot of times very attractive young Filipina. And that's a pretty commonplace to see. But you'd be surprised that Filipinos do comment on that. They don't have a problem if there's a relatively close age difference or something, 20 years or whatever. But, you know, they do talk. They do. You just don't, you know, you're going to hear about it. You're not going to shout it out. Like, what the hell is that old great-grandpa doing with that little girl? How old is she? Like 18, 22? Nah, you don't hear anybody talking about it, but they do. They do. They talk about everything out here. They most certainly do. As I said, when me and my girlfriend walk down the street, nobody bats an eye at us. I mean, nobody even, you know, because they know she's not a little child. She's an adult. And they can see that I'm older than her. I mean, look, I could pretend to be 20, 30 years old, but I'm not. I am far from. I had my time. It's not like I never had my time when I was like really young. And boy, the years go fast, doesn't it? But the reality is I am what age I am, and I am who I am with by choice and her choice. 20-year age gap or whatever. That's fine, man. So your girlfriend's children are with Filipinos that are 20 years old. Did I say that? No, you said that. Did I say that? You said that. No, I didn't say that. Now, where do you come up with that? So your girlfriend's children are with Filipinos? No. Whoever said that? I'm talking about there's a 20-year age gap between me and my girlfriend. What does it have to do with her children? I don't know. You're a troll anyway, because, you know, I've been following you. Okay, so they don't bat an eye. But I really get a chuckle out of some people that make such judgment that they seem to know what our relationship is. Now, this one guy says, I mean, how could you mean you're living off her money and she pays everything for you? No. Oh, because I mentioned that sometimes, you know, it's whoever gets to their wallet first. I normally pay. But she wants to feel her part too. She does not, like some Filipinas, you know, have this expectation that, you know, the guy should be paying for everything. We have a equal opportunity relationship here, you know. Sometimes she'll pay for some groceries. Sometimes I'll pay for some, mostly me, but sometimes she'll pay. No, she wants to feel that I'm not in control of the money. And I'm not. My money is hers, her money is mine. That's the way we look at it. It's a very good way of looking at it. We are a team. You understand what a team is? Okay. We're a team. And we don't look at money in that way. Does she have more money than me? Oh, absolutely. Shit. She does. But what's the difference? Now, a lot of people make unfounded accusations. Or they're so jealous. Say, why is she with you? Why is she? Because she wants to be with me. No gun, shined up or not, is going to be put to her head that she has to stay with me. If we look at the logic of this, she has the house, okay? If she wanted to get rid of me, she could find a reason to break up a relationship or whatever. And she has more money than me. So, you know, why would anybody question anything? Why she's with me, okay? Okay. If I was that bad of a person, trust me, she wouldn't want to be with me. She doesn't need my money. She's already got the house. So, I mean, why would she stay with me if she didn't want to? You got to understand the logic with this. So it's easy for somebody to make some lame statement. I don't know how she puts up with you. She puts up with me very well, and I put up with her very well. And we both got a good sense of humor, and that's what really helps our relationship, and it's the way it should be. So you got all these psychics out there, you know, that they know everything that's going on here. They know when we wipe our ass. They know everything. They're all lawyers. They're marriage counselors or experts on marriage or relationships. We laugh at half the shit that we see here on this stuff. Because she reads some of the comments, too. When I see something that's funny, I say, here, read this comment. And I do that all the time, actually. So who's anybody to make a judgment of my relationship on there? There are some obvious relationships out there that you know one person is a tool to the other. We're not tools to each other here, fortunately, in our relationship. I have a very comfortable relationship. She's comfortable being around me. And somebody's saying, oh, you can't go anywhere without her. Well, we do spend a lot of time together, that's for sure. But there's no golden rule around here where you have to come with me if I go out or I have to come with you. It's not like that. Did you ever think, perhaps we actually like each other's company? And we go places together because we like being together. And of course, the age gap, you got to think about that. How much time I have on this earth. She wants to spend as much time with me as she can. We do have a 20-year difference, alas. Oh, somebody's sending me hearts? I don't know. Who's sending that, by the way? Okay. That's the way we look at things, really. I did want to come on and talk about this because I was reading this guy's lame comments, really lame. Guys saying, I don't like this other guy, but I mean, come on, this guy's been suffering and he's going to suffer in his future when he ever eventually goes to America. And whose problem is that? Is that my problem? And why would it be my problem? People set their own path in life. I don't, I'm not telling them which path to go down to. They have to follow their own instincts. They have to follow their own judgments and take the right path in life. I have nothing to do with telling them what path to follow. If they've been following the same path all their life and they still haven't gotten to destination, then they probably never will. You've been on the earth at least 50 years. I mean, come on, man, seriously. So, yeah, let me tell you about my relationship, man. It's nothing personal. It's good. It's good. Do we ever get in moments where we get upset about something? Sure we do. Like any normal couple. Okay. Any future for Barry is certainly not your concern once you finish with this case. That's very true. It's not my concern, his future. If he's lucky, he might live another 5 years or so under his current health conditions. Why not make the best of it, seriously? I don't know, give him 10 years. I don't give him some credit, but he's not in good shape. But show is not about Barry, okay? All right? We're talking about relationships, mine. So let's not turn this into a Barry episode. We'll give the boy a heart attack or something. You know, he's already having a nervous breakdown. He will, what? YouTube. He will run his YouTube. Van life. Okay. No, it's relationships, man. Well, congratulations, 20 years married to your Filipina. That's pretty good, man. They really are good women out here. Yeah, they're chatty boxes, you know, all the chismis, they love it. Everybody lives, the guys too, everybody lives for drama out here. I think more so these days, it doesn't have to be the Philippines, but they are drama queens out here. They all are, even mine, they're all drama queens. But you know what? It's hard to stay mad at her for anything. She doesn't do a lot of things that actually make me mad. I might get frustrated sometimes with her, but, you know, and I might seem like I'm mad, but all she has to do is come up to me and look at me, and I start smiling. And even if I was really in a bad mood about something, had a bad day or something she said or something, I thought it was ridiculous and had to talk about it or explain something to her, I always wind up smiling and it goes into a laugh, you know. All she has to do is look at me or touch me or something, and I'm like, yeah, okay, everything's good again. That's a good relationship, you know. We don't go around arguing all the time. Oh, I express myself all the time. You know, she's used to that. It doesn't mean yelling at her. Sure, I get mad at her sometimes, like anybody does in a relationship, you know. You've heard it actually on some of my videos. I'm normal. I'm human, you know. We're not perfect. We get into moods and, you know, I'm very expressive and that's who I am and who I will always be. She's more laid back than I am. That's for damn sure on stuff like that. But me, I'm more confrontational. Like, let's talk about it or something. Where a lot of Filipinos are non-confrontational. They figure they don't talk about if there's such a thing as a problem. They don't talk about it. They rather just do the tempo thing, which keep quiet and hope that it'll just pass and let me calm down, or let the guys or Filipinos or American, whatever you are, foreign, to calm down and just be silent. Well, I was never like that. There was a time with her that I remember she was sitting there. We used to live at the other house. I got into something with her, and I remember that. She sat there and she was doing the famous tempo. Meanwhile, it looked like I was having a heart attack trying to ask her a question. I'm asking her, tell me something, or are you going to talk to me? I was almost having a Trump temper tantrum. Yeah, they could sit there and not say nothing. Nothing. Oh, that is so common. We moved here to the Philippines 12 years ago. Best move ever. Oh boy, Bob Cooper's back for trouble. Bob, are you bullshitting about selling that house? Because I know you're kind of a clown a lot of times. Get your ass out of there if you got that kind of money, Joe. Get your ass out of there. Start living your life. You don't know how many years you have. You are overweight. You do drink and whatever. Just my advice. Take it or not. No skin off my back. But yeah, for those people who question my relationship, I got nothing to hide in this relationship at all, but lots to tell. It's a good relationship. And it's not having to do with I need a caretaker, although we all will, most of us anyway. There's always a big age gap between foreigners and Filipinos. It just comes with the territory. Is she my caretaker? Yes. Am I her caretaker? Absolutely. Together, we take care of each other. Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? And as you get older, but unlike what I was saying earlier, most people in the Western countries, they meet somebody somewhere we're around their age level. Could be in college, same age, they've been together forever, got married, have kids. Well, that doesn't work that way with everybody. They're so concerned about the fucking numbers, but there is a difference, though. I mean, the wider the age gap, then I have to agree with you to a certain degree. That doesn't seem very kosher to me, like a 70 or 80-year-old guy who's going out with a 20-something-year-old. Okay, there's a different way of looking at it. Like that video I seen, and there was this couple who, as I said, she's British or something, good-looking blonde. She's with a guy that's 40 years old, but it's not in the Philippines, it's in Britain, or it's Welsh or something, I don't know. And the parents didn't like the idea that there was a 20-age gap. And the guy has a son, not from her, but has a son that's 12 years old. She's only 8 years older than his son. So there's different ways of looking at this. You could say, 20 years old is an adult. They're already menstruating, and they're, got their hormones going. They can have a baby. They're capable of having a baby at most any age, almost, really. But a 20-year-old with a 40-year-old guy, I don't see any problem with that at all, even in the Western states, or Western countries, rather. But a lot of people have a problem with that in America, certainly America, because they have to follow what their parents did. They want you got to be close to each other's age. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. Just skipping through, yeah. You have no volume. You got big volume. So when somebody goes to, it's so absurd when you think about it, when somebody goes to make judgment on my relationship, oh, I don't see how she's with me. Do you know how Ricky has an online personality? So do I. Ricky puts on a big show, but if you met Ricky in person, and I'm not trying to pay tribute to him in any formal way, he is fucking crazy. But, he could tone it down when he's not on YouTube. I've experienced that. You don't know me off YouTube, but then again, I don't try to pretend to be something I'm not. Whether I'm on YouTube or not, I do speak my mind. But I am not going to tell my Filipino what to do and how to do it. Like Bummer's thing about how he treats women. No woman is going to tell me what to do. She listens to me. Wow, that's a good start in a relationship. I believe in equality. Because you're a man does not mean you're in control of a woman, that she's a weaker species. I hate when people look at women that way. They're not the weaker species. There's some women that could kick your ass from here to eternity. We just try to define women as the weaker because maybe, in general, unless they're built like a linebacker, in general their body framage is smaller than a man by design. But there's some women that are huge, and I don't mean just fat. I mean they got big bone structure. They're strong. And they could kick your ass all over the fucking field. Yeah. They're not the weaker species. Call them the weaker sex. I don't think people give women enough credit. Of course, the movies certainly don't give them credit at all. They always depict a woman as, some enemy's coming or monster or something, and she's against the trees, and she's screaming, and the guy's attacking her to kill her, and she don't do anything to defend herself. She has to wait for the hero to come in. But that's in the movies. That's not real life, but it could be in real life. I think it is, actually. Women don't understand that they have the power to protect themselves. They got 2 arms and 2 legs. They can protect themselves. Some women feel like, well, I can't fight back against this guy because he's a man. Look, man, you could gouge the eye. You could gouge at the guy's eyes. You could kick him in the nuts, hit him in the solar flex, you know. There's a lot of kick him in the kneecaps. There's so much you can do. There's so much a woman can do. They just think in their mind, I'm the weaker sex and I can't do that. You certainly could. That's where you should take martial arts or something and discipline yourself and understand that there are certain things you can do and have somebody show you how to do it. No woman should be beat up by a man, ever. I've never beat up any woman in my life. I've never heard any woman like that in my life. Oh, there's been a few women that I would have liked to, believe me. But you have to have self-control. Okay? And if you are a big man, well, a small woman doesn't have much of a chance. Unfair, you know. They don't have much of a chance. But a lot of guys try to use their size and the fact that they're a male to intimidate a woman a lot. You heard of women's battered women syndrome. Here you got a situation where the woman actually loves her man. But the man has this problem. He has a bad temper. Right? And he's very controlling. But she still loves him. And it's gotten to a point, in many cases, you hear this all the time, in that situation, that the man slaps her around, even beats her up. She'll get black and blued in the eyes. She may have broken bones. And she's not happy about receiving that kind of treatment, but she loves him. That's the battered wife syndrome. Where they're afraid to let go of their man, maybe because he's a supportive system to her financially, or she's just a desperate gal or something. I don't know. Everybody has their own, gig. But that's called battered wife. You don't have to be your wife. I mean, there are some women that beat the shit out of their husbands all the time. Yeah, that does happen. It does happen. For real. Battered husband syndrome. It goes both ways. It does. Not as often as a man battering a woman, but it does happen. There's some mean-ass women out there that are very controlling of their husbands. They're too embarrassed to talk about it, though. And they will never take them to court because they're too embarrassed to say, my woman beat me up. What are you going to say to the boys at the card table, right? Right at the bar. The guy's going to say, where'd you get those black eyes and bruises? My wife did it to me. Oh, man, they're going to look at you as being a pussy. But it happens, man. It does happen. For real. But getting back to where I started, because I'm not going to do any too much longer of a show here. Had kind of a halfway busy day today, but look. Worry about your own relationships. Don't worry about mine. The water's fine, okay? The water's fine. Come on in, the water's fine. Well, my relationship is fine. I wouldn't be in this relationship if it wasn't fine. Remember how you guys talk about how easy it is to get a woman out here in the Philippines, right? Right? If she was problematic to me, I wouldn't be with her. And if I was problematic to her, she could choose not to be with me. She already owns the house, basically. I mean, I have a 25-year lease and there's some other documents too, but it's really 60-40. But technically, it's her house. It was meant to be. There's no simping going on here. Now, you got the goober out there calling me a simp because I bought her a house. Well, the problem is he couldn't afford to buy his girlfriend a house, okay? That's what it really winds down to be. It's envy, it's jealousy. I don't care what you want to call it. And you're not going to change my mind on that. There's a lot of envy and jealousy out there, and I don't understand why. You guys have the same opportunity that I have out here. Why don't you go for it? Don't worry about my relationship and who's zooming who. or who's spending my money or not spending my money. Quite frankly, it's nobody's business but ours. But yeah, I took this time to talk about my relationship. It's all good. Thank you very much. We don't have any problems, not like some people. Is it perfect? No, as close as you can, but not being perfect. What is perfect? Nothing is. You know, my painted walls are not perfect. They do collect dust sometimes, and sometimes you have to spot touch them with some paint. I mean, nothing's perfect. The floor doesn't stay clean all the time. You walk on it. You're going to have to mop it now and then. Nothing is perfect, and there's no such thing as a perfect relationship. You get near perfect, but nothing's perfect. Your body is not perfect in any way. You might have scars and blemishes. It is what it is. So, when you doubt my relationship, why bother to even think about it, really? Why don't you concentrate on your own relationships and try to do something positive with yours, or maybe develop a relationship with a real human, or a real woman, not a blow-up doll, a real woman, not a fake pussy that you could order. Find a real woman, develop a relationship, and see how it goes. If you're a real gentleman, I'm sure you'll be able to get that relationship going, and you keep that relationship. I don't regret anything I've done in this relationship. I don't regret anything at all. I don't regret buying a house. And again, it was 6 years into my relationship before I bought this house. So as far as labeling me a simp, doesn't apply to this man. I'm not a simp in any way. Why? Because I bought her a house. I was able to afford to buy a house. And it was meant for her, and fully knowing that. That'll be her property, intellectual property, everything, every kind of wordage you want to use. It's hers. It was meant to be hers. And she could do with it whatever she wants to do, especially if I'm dead and gone. She could sell it, rent it out, stay in it, whatever she wants to do. That's the whole purpose why I bought her the house. Now, if somebody's got a problem with that, well, that's your problem. That's not mine. I'm very happy. We're both very happy with our arrangement. And what do I mean by arrangement? Well, the fact that she has a house, and maybe she should stay with me because I bought such a special gift for her. No, that's not what I'm saying. If we didn't want to be together, we wouldn't be in the same bed. That's right. She'd sleep in another room. If she really wanted me out of here, I'd be out the door. Out the door. Because she has more money than I'll ever have. She don't need my money. She's not waiting for me to die to collect this fortune, because I don't have a fortune. I don't have a fortune. That's the truth. I'd understand the situation if you didn't have a good relationship and the girl was just with you for money. That was it. Yeah, marry the older guy, wait for him to die, and collect his fortune. I don't have a fortune. I seriously don't. I don't have a fortune. So maybe, just maybe, she's really with me because she loves me. Well, she does. And she shows me in every way, whether it's in the bedroom, baby, or it's just a gentle touch, or sitting down cozy watching a movie together, or reminding me to have a shoelace untied, and before I can get down to tie it, there she is, tying my shoelace. She sees some lint or something on my shirt. She goes and picks some of this lint off my shirt. That's when a chick cares for you. Because if she didn't give a shit, she don't care what lint's on your shirt. Tie your own shoelaces or whatever. That's how you know. It's these little intricate details that you could tell whether your partner is really emotionally involved with you in a good way. I've got that, and I'm sorry if some people have a problem with that. And you could talk about all you want on here. Why she's with me. He's a loser. Well, It's like this. She doesn't think I'm a loser. I know I'm not a loser. She's not a loser. So together, we're happy. So happy, together, forever, until the day I die anyway. I will not regret one thing I've ever done in the Philippines other than getting on YouTube out here. I regret that. Otherwise, I don't have any other regrets. None at all. I'm more comfortable in my life now than I have ever been in my entire life. And actually, I was comfortable in Hawaii. I had a really laid back environment, man. And I wasn't working, just chilling out, man, taking care of a bigger property, lots of plants and bushes and everything to work on all the time. Had the tools, like anywhere else. I would watch favorite TV shows. I had my favorites on Discovery Channel, and I watched certain movies. Status quo is today, same thing. That hasn't changed. Our routines haven't changed much. Sure, we'd like to make some trips and all that, but, we've talked about that. And it's not that imperative. We do want to create more memories together while I can still walk and talk and I'm alive and have a heartbeat. Sure, we will. That time will come. But, we're both happy with the status quo. She's actually happy being a homebody to a certain point. I don't stop her from going out with her friends. I will never do that. Now, a little advice to anybody out there, American or not American, or living in the Philippines, whatever. When you meet a woman, don't get in the way of whatever her normal routines were. If she had certain activities that she did all the time with her friends or a hobby, do not interfere with that and say, no, your time is all spent with me. Never interfere. Whatever she used to do before you married or got together with her, whether she used to like to go to a gym and work out, or whether she always had special days that she had, her little gatherings with her friends, do not interfere with that. That's the worst thing you can do, because your relationship will fade. I don't stop her going to Zumba. I don't stop her like today. We went over to the resort, but we had to go do something, but she came back there to be with her friends again. I didn't say, oh, man, come on, stay home. Uncle Frankie needs you here. Sit on my lap, bitch. No, that's not who I am. That's far from who I am. You got to let loose a little bit with your partner. You got to don't put chains on them. Let them do the activities they normally do or did before you met them. They might have long-term friends they like to talk to on the phone, occasionally get together with. Don't interfere with that process. And the same goes, she has to respect you for the same thing. Now, guess what? She is my life. My dogs are my life. Her kids are my life. I do have a life out here. And it don't matter whether or not I talk to my only child. Fuck that situation, man. Remember, you can't force somebody to be in your life. Whatever reason that they don't want to be in your life, that's their problem. It's not yours. You have a child or something that you've raised, did a good job? You happy the way you raised them? Did they turn on you at some point? It happens. It does. Well, leave the situation alone. Know in your mind that you raised them and you didn't torture them and beat them up. You didn't sexually abuse them. Just know that you did the best job that you could, and you did a good job. And whatever happens during their adulthood, when they fly out of the nest, they're adults now. And how they, run their life, their thoughts, is now theirs. They can make decisions on their own. You may not agree with their decisions or the estrangement. You may have your ideas and thoughts about that, but it all comes down to one thing. It's their gig. It's not yours. Always love them. Always love them. But even at my greater age, sure, I'd like to be back in a good father and daughter relationship with my child. But you can't force anybody to do that. She knows I'm getting older, and someday I'm not going to be around. She might even have regrets, but that's not for me to say. Huh? I don't know. We'll be going to eat tonight.
May go bro. Yeah, maybe get that.
And we dig the ants. She gets these rashes all the time in her stomach or the side. And we're still trying to figure out what's causing this. And I see it. It's terrible. So you were just carrying the clothes, and that's when you got it, right? Well, yeah, that makes sense to me. Were these on a clothesline? Were they on a clothesline?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that makes sense to me. Because you see how those ants use a clothesline like a bridge, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I put in the.
They're little bastards, these ants. But by the way, the red ants are coming around because we knocked down that tree. And I'm just about out of cortisone. We knocked down that tree, which had thousands and thousands of ants on it. Well, the neighbor took down the tree for us because we're near their property. The ants had to have somewhere to go. And still remained in the yard. But they always use a clothesline like a bridge. You could look at the clothesline, you could see all these ants going across. So when you go to take the clothes off the line, what I've been doing lately is I've been shaking them out before I bring it in the house. I'll take each individual thing that I hung up and I'll shake it out. It's not even the big red ants. It could be these small ones too. We have not come to a conclusion why she's getting those rashes, what's biting her. Because there might be a broad area that's red and you can see little welts like from a bite. We just haven't figured out if it's mosquito, I think it's one or the other. It's either mosquito or ants. We've ruled out bed bugs. We don't have that here. We thought about dust mites. I even bought this stuff. I ordered it from Lasada. And I sprayed it. It's made of natural ingredients. On the mattress, underneath, the bed frame. Still, sometimes she'll get that. Even the tiniest little microscopic ants we've seen occasionally on the bed. Where they're coming in from, we don't know, but it could be from the blanket. So you hang the blanket out, you're not going to see these little ants. You may shake it out, but they might still be on there. But you're not going to get away from Mother Nature out here. Yeah. Hello, best and brightest. Had Gilda ever spoken to your daughter? I don't.
Spoken
Have you ever spoken to my daughter?
before.
Oh, yeah, she has in the past. Yeah. Well, we were talking. Yeah, she did. Well, at first, first of all, even the thought of me moving to the Philippines kind of blew her mind because of dealing with a woman that was, really her age. But, Western values, how they think. And my daughter thought it was yucky. Because basically, my daughter's only now a matter of a few years or so, younger than my girlfriend. And that's the way they look at it in Western culture. I mean, she's an adult. And things have changed in the world, If you are mature adults, no matter what your age is, you're okay. You have the right to be with somebody. I just don't believe that an age gap of like 50 years, 40, 50 years, that I think is proper. I know on one hand you're saying, Frank, you said, well, an adult is an adult, 20 years old or something, they're an adult. Yeah, I still say that, but too greater the age gap is not fair for either party. And the reason I say that is because you're not going to be able to live a long time together. The greater the age gap with a guy, he's going to die well before she's ever going to reach what we might perceive to be, what we take to be an older age. What are they barking at?
Hi, it's the kids running.
Oh, the kids running around. Yeah.
It's, my
So look, whoever you meet, if you're happy with them, that's great. That's great. But the difference is know why they're with you. That's why I started this show. All the comments that are always made about and making judgments on my relationship, on whether or not my girlfriend loves me or not. I've never been so sure of anything in my entire life. In my entire life, I've never been so sure of a relationship. Ever. And what a good way to leave this earth in the future. Hopefully, the distant future. If I have to leave this earth, at least I'm going to leave this earth under the care and guidance of my loved one, who will be with me till the day I die. And that's a fact. Whether you or anyone likes it or not. That's just the way it is. You ain't going to change a damn thing for me. We will always be in each other's life, one way or another. Even if I got deported out of the fucking country, we still be in each other's life. One way or another. One way or another. I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you. One way. Anyway, God, Deborah Harry's looking pretty fucky these days. Speaking of, we are together forever. However long that is. She could go before me. Hopefully not. That would be devastating. I'm not interested in any girlfriends. Something ever happened to her. I'm not interested. If this relationship ever broke up, and I don't foresee that happening, and I don't see any reason for it to happen. I don't cheat on her. I'm not out drinking with the guys, cavorting around like all these assholes do that come into this country. Guys together, one chick, and he has a baby with her, and he's fucking another woman and gets her pregnant, and the kid dies or something. I mean, fucking A. Fucking A. Why did you retract your message, the best and brightest? So anybody's making a judgment on my relationship, I would concentrate on yours or your lack of relationships. Maybe some people won't be as bitter if they get a little peace now and then, even if they have to pay for it. I mean, come on, man. We got this one guy in Florida and another one, too, that has that a piece of ass and who knows how fucking long. God, you got my okay on that, man. Go pay for it. Get a grip, not with your hand on your dick, but get a real grip in life. So many women out there. You can't find a fucking woman. The truth is, I didn't just get out of the Philippines because of a woman. The truth is, I needed a change. And you never think of it about it happening that way. Sometimes people need a change. Because outside of being in the Philippines, prior to living in Hawaii, I mean, I was not a world traveler. I've been all over the United States. Most of the states, not all. And I hit the road, I did all that shit, man. Backpack, my camera equipment, man, I took off for a month. I mean, that seemed a long time. For a guy from Mount Vernon, New York, that really didn't have the means and ways, really, of money to travel around, I hopped on a good Greyhound deal. You go any way, and whatever direction it goes. It was good for a whole month, and I utilized it. And boy, did I utilize it. To the max. You go anywhere to that bus. You can get on any bus that's going in any direction. You get off at Alabama if you have to. And decide you want to go to Texas. You get the next bus going to Texas. Which I did. And I met this beautiful gal named Carol. I really wish I would have gotten together with her, but there were circumstances going on with the next relationship with her. They got together, blah, 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 blah. Fine looking filly, I must say. Best of the brightest, married 17 years. My wife won't allow me to leave her, LOL. Cool. Look, some guys, look. Some guys need their space. The gals talk on the phone. We do that all the time. I'm not all over her saying, hey, man, come on. You got to spend more time with me. You talk to friends more. No, we don't do that, you know. Oh, there were times I did, actually. There were times I did. But it's not a big problem or bothersome that much, you know. Not really. She got, 2 kids she's raising here, you know. Well, I'm raising them too. And I regard them as my kids. I have no problem saying that. What do we got cooking up here? What's up? Making a broth here. You're 99% certain we will never divorce. Well, a lot of people says that too when they get divorced. But if you feel that you got a really rock and roll relationship, man, a good one, you know. Well, rock and roll to you, man. That's what it's all about, especially when you get older, man. I can't emphasize that enough. A lot of these goobers are still in their 60s or approaching 70, and they still ain't got a woman. There's guys in their 40s and 50s. And let me tell you something. Time goes by so fast. Why, you think I could believe what age I'm at? How many times have you heard me on my show? And it was real. And I was saying, I can't believe how time is going by so goddamn fast. I still think that way right now. Time just flies by. You least expected. You were 40 and you're now 60. You were 50 and you're now 70. Do I look at life like I'm going to die the next day or something? No. I take each day. Do I think about mortality? Of course. But I'm happy I wake up the next day, and I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful who I'm with. I could be somebody that is not compatible for me, and I have fortunately met somebody. And I'm going to get something straightened out here too. Okay, let me read this first. Okay, I think your family plays a role. Well, an example, our parents aren't divorced. Divorce is rare in our extended families too. That's cool. Yeah. Well, I got divorced. My brother got divorced, and my mother had divorced my dad. They weren't together the whole time. Shit happens. People grow apart to different interests, whatever. But you are very fortunate if you have a mate that you feel comfortable as a glove, a good fitting glove. If it fits, you must acquit, something like that. But I have that kind of relationship. I am comfortable. I can say that with 100% complete honesty. I am comfortable in my relationship. My girlfriend is comfortable in our relationship. We don't have these problems. She's with me till the day I die. I am 125%, 125, not 100, 125% certain we will never leave each other purposely, like, splitting up because of a problem or something. I have assured myself, and so is she, that we would never do that. I couldn't say that with some past relationships I had in America that didn't work out. I thought for sure that we were going to be together forever. But then sometimes there might be real angels out there. Who knows? Might have been an angel on my shoulder saying, I'm not going to let this work out for you, Frank. It's not meant. It's not meant. There's a devil on the other side if there's a devil, right? Nah, stay with her, man. Stay with her. Take the punishment. I was never like that. If I was not happy in a relationship, I was out. And about 90% of any relationship I had, I left the relationship. They didn't leave me. Just to make that certain and clear. I was married. Sir, I divorced her to her surprise. She didn't think I would do that. She got surprised at her trailer park home at her mom's place that she got a registered mail certificate, informing her that I was divorcing her. Oh my God. Shit happens, And thank goodness. Here's the deal. Some things are meant to be. Look, I've been with a fair amount of women in my life. Because remember, I was only married once. So I was single all that time in between. That's why I had so many women, because I was single. I was free to be. Footloose and fancy free. That I was. Brightest says, actually, a good Filipino woman is easy to keep. Happy. They are. If you treat them right, don't use them as a tool to get what you want, like money or, legal issues. If I marry this girl, to help me stay in the country, that kind of attitude, That's not a relationship. I'm sorry. That's not a real relationship. It's a use and be used relationship. It's a relationship of convenience. Who the hell wants that? Not me. Because I'm going to tell you the truth. I'd rather be alone than to be with a woman just for the sake. And I did that. I made that mistake when I first moved to Seattle. And I got together with what was then became my wife. Well, let's see, 2 years of living together and 5 years married, so 7 years. Okay. And I forced myself through that because I had a child. I know what responsibility is. We had a child. I wasn't going to abandon my child because maybe I didn't think she was perfect for me. I sacrificed those years, 5 years actually, because I divorced her when my daughter was 5 years old. But the difference is, it's always the expectancy that, the woman gets the child. Well, if I wasn't so goddamn responsible, being a responsible person, I would not have gotten my child. And she chose to be with me. The dogs were there. We had a house I was renting, not a fancy place at all. In fact, it was dumpy, to tell you the truth, this rental I had. But it was our home. For us, the dogs. Then, of course, I bought a house later on. Nice house. 3 bedrooms. Gleaming oak floors. Fireplace with an insert. Her bedroom was upstairs. It was just one flight upstairs. Vaulted ceilings. Nice. She had a good childhood. And I was protective. And she'll say, "You sure were, Dad." What's that there? She uses him too. We just don't know it yet. When she finally leaves back, well, let's not particularly talk about him. Barry will reveal how much he gave her. Okay. I don't want to talk about Barry because I don't want to hear his crying on there. Well, you're talking about me, so it gives me the right to put a show on. I have a right to put a show on and give me a chance to knock you because you're talking about me. Let's just not talk about Barry. How's that? You don't like that. Okay, cut off right here, because I'm not going to be on too much longer anyway. Let's cut it. No Barry. This is not a Barry show. Although we are talking about relationships. And yes, to sum this up, yes, I have a good relationship. There's no reason to lie about it. I don't beat up my woman. Okay, I don't treat her like shit. I'm not using her as an ATM machine. Believe it or not, they were accusing, usually the other way around, but they're accusing me of using her as an ATM machine. Oh my God. That's a good one right there. Hey, I'm the one that bought the house with my money. It wasn't hers. I bought the house with my money. Okay? I could have said, hey, you got a couple of bucks in the bank. Why don't you buy the fucking house? I wanted to do something for her that she'll always be able to remember me by. The very structure that she'll live in far from when I'm dead, long gone. That she'll know that this house was a loving gift from me. I'll always be remembered and always be appreciated. And that's a good feeling. Although if I'm dead, I wouldn't have any feelings. But just to know in my living life that I did something that was so great for her, that will benefit her for decades to come. That makes me happy in my living life. And when I'm laid to rest, I'll be resting in peace, knowing that I had the capability to do something grand and to show my love for somebody that I love. And the buyer of this house is an everlasting gift that keeps on giving. I have no quirks. I have no quarrels about what I did. I waited 6 years before I did it. So stop calling me a simp. I'm anything but a simp. Yeah. So that's what I had to say today. It's about relationships. And thank you very much. But yeah, my relationship is fine. Come in, the water's fine, folks. I feel as comfortable as I ever felt in my entire life with the woman I happen to be with. And at first they're telling me, no, you haven't been with her for over 9 years. You're telling me how long I have been with her? Just like they're trying to tell me what she thinks of me, what she really thinks of me. How could you make such a statement? That's just a hateful thing to say. It's wishful thinking on their part. Unfortunately, they're never going to win on that because we do have a good relationship. There's nothing to hide here. Nothing. Nothing at all. She knows my sense of humor. She knows my determination. When I'm doing something, I like to finish it. And that means everything. And she's by my side. She supports my decisions. She may not agree with all my decisions, but she'll support my decisions. And that's a great woman who does that. She doesn't have to agree with me with everything. She has the right not to agree with me. I don't expect her to agree with everything I say and do. That's just like, going out with a clone or something. I mean, you don't want a woman that can't, have her own thoughts. In other words, if you had a woman like that, it's probably because you're controlling her. And she's afraid to speak up to you and say, don't talk to me like that. Or if you're verbally abusive with your girlfriend, and on a regular basis, in fact. I don't know why a woman would even stay with a man under those circumstances. A guy has an attitude that, women are beneath me. I tell them what to do. They don't tell me. We had somebody recently, no names mentioned, because that's not the show about the person, but they were saying that. Fuck that shit. If I want to go out to a bar and drink with my friends, my woman ain't going to tell me I can't do this. Fuck her, man. I do what I want. No, not totally. You don't totally do what you want. You tell her, hey, I'd like to go out with my friends. Is that okay with you? You don't need her permission. Understand that. You don't need her permission, but as a courtesy, at least give her a courtesy and say, oh, I want to go out and have some beers with my friend. Now, if you're doing it too often, she certainly has something to say about that. And not spending enough time with her. I like being close to her. She could be with me 24 hours a day, and I have no problem with that. I like you. Love from Iran. From Iran. Hello, from Iran. That's a first. Take care of your partner, your wife, your mate. Equal. Treat her as an equal. I know in some countries And some of the Mideastern countries, that's not always the case. And the lady that's in here now, or whoever it is, from Iran might have something to say about that. Different cultures are treated differently. If your wife cheated on you, you might get away with killing her. If somebody stole from you, you might cut off their hand, and you wouldn't go to jail. In some countries, the women have to hide their faces. They can't show any skin. They can't even look at another man because the husband would be outraged. Outraged. Well, that's not how I treat her. Do I agree with everything she says? No, I don't. Does she agree with everything I say? No, she don't. She has that right to disagree. I have that right to disagree. You don't put a woman in a prison of thought, of mind, or have control over her, or control over her fucking body. Now, a lot of Filipinos will give in to you sexually. Maybe they're not even in the mood, but that's the way they are out here. Never force your way sexually on a Filipina, because you decide that you're horny, and maybe she's not at the moment. Maybe she's not. But guess what? They'll give in to you anyway. That's the way they are, because they really are very respectful to their man's needs, but even at times that maybe they don't have a need. They might have moments that they don't feel like it. They might be on the rag, they might be in a bad mood, they might be whatever, but a lot of guys force themselves on their own women. They do. They absolutely do. In this culture here, I believe right in this country, that a man could never fight this issue in court. I mean, okay, meaning that the man has the right to have sex with his woman, and if they're married, I believe it's almost like a law out here in a way, or it's a cultural thing. A man wants to have sex with his wife, she's going to have sex with him. Yeah, I know that doesn't sound right, but I believe that is part of the culture out here. The woman will have to give in to his man when he wants sex and every time he wants to have sex. I think that's horrible. I think that's absolutely horrible. You're the man, so you think you're in control of the relationship. How about equality? Come, we've come a long way. Women's rights, this, blah, blah, blah. There should be equality. Just like politically, there shouldn't be a Democratic and Republican parties. And I came up with this today after listening to some shit politically. There shouldn't be a Republican Party. There should be an independent. There shouldn't be a Democratic. The new name, and I renamed the new party, the Party for the People. Maybe that'll catch on. Who knows? The Party for the People. No, excuse me. It's called the People's Party. I got it wrong, and I got to sneeze. Call it the People's Party. That means unity. It's unfortunate in America that people have become divided with political parties. This is the whole idea, is to serve the United States well, that you want to represent the people, and you don't want to have two divisive parties that are at each other's throats. And years and years and years ago, it wasn't this bad. You always had your Democratic and you had the Republican Party. But they worked together more so in the past than they did this past decade. That's for damn sure, I can tell you that. The political parties should work together because they're working for who? For the people. I call it the People's Party. I think that's an adequate name. Of course, that's never going to happen. But why have a divided nation? Why have a divided nation? Because that's exactly what's going on. And again, although I really hate talking about Trump, he got slapped in the face pretty good today or yesterday, didn't he? When a judge high-level judge, circuit court, I forgot what level of court, high-level court, said that those I want you to listen to this, what happened to them. But how many thousands of government workers were being fired? Do you know what happens when you're fired? It's not just the idea of being fired and your income stops. You can't collect unemployment insurance if you're fired. That's what he did to these people. But this high court judge said that these people, that's illegal what you did. And there was a lot of, in-between stuff as to why. And he made a decision that these people were going back to work, whether Trump liked it or not. And that was a slap in the face for Trumpy Chump. Because what happens on your resume? You get fired when you're an exemplary worker. And that's what the judge was talking about. I heard this whole broadcast on this. And they were a damn good worker. They were doing their job. And then they'd get a letter in the mail, sorry, but your performance was not up to par. We have to let you go. You're fired. Wow. Trump did that. The guy that you voted for, perhaps? Trump did that. That wasn't fair. These are good people, good workers, who've done great jobs. And they were good in their profession. And imagine that. Then when they go try to find another job, have you ever been fired from a job? Yes. Oh, that helps you out right there, doesn't it? Right? Doesn't that help you out? No, of course it doesn't. And you can't collect unemployment. Trump is smacking people in the face left and right. And he's taking advice from his little protege, that little pussy, Elon Musk. Oh, by the way, is autistic, if you didn't know that. A special kind of autism. Brilliant in making money. But all these powerful people who have money, they stick together. And they actually put that pussy in the cabinet. What a mistake. As I said, I'm going to continue to say, you perhaps voted for him. I didn't. I don't have a guilty conscience. He's already tearing the country apart and putting people into dire straits. Great job so far, huh? Great job. You voted for him. Watch, it's already happening. He hasn't even been in office. And he's creating waves all over the planet. He's creating tsunamis. That's what he's doing. Dividing allies. Canada. Other countries. He is going about everything the wrong way. That's what dictators do. He's not for the people. He's for himself. And if you voted for him, shame on you. And unfortunately, a lot of heads are turning. Even the most devout Republicans are turning against Mr. Donald Trump. How do you like them apples? He's your man. Live with it if you want to live in the United States. I'm not. Certainly if I could help it. The guy is power hungry. He's a dictator. He's a dictator. There's a lot of people that support Duterte, do 30 out here, right? Knowing that he's murdered probably 10,000 people, but they still support him, right? But I'm not going to get into local politics. No, I'll stay away from that. Just made a statement. People support you for different reasons. Trump is not going to make America great again with the MAGA hats that idiots like to wear. He's not going to make America great again. He's destroying America. He's destroying it. Friday says he's a hungry power, for sure. He's power hungry. When you got money, you want power. When you got power, you want more power. That's just how it works. If you couldn't figure that out yet, it always becomes like a disease. You want more and more. Remember, one potato chip ain't enough, Lay's potato chips. You're going to eat the whole bag, right? You can't eat just one. Remember that old slogan? You can't eat just one. Lay's potato chips, which is true. There's salt in there and all that. Yeah. A lot of you guys are not aware of your environment. Do you know why bars serve you free peanuts or pretzels? Have you not figured out why? There's a reason behind everything. And it's not always in your favor. Oh, they're so nice. Oh, some free snacks. I could have some pretzels. I could have nuts, but they're both salted. And what happens when you're parched? You're going to want to drink more. They had that figured out before you were born. They've done this for fucking decades and decades and decades and decades. That's how they make more money. They're using you. You don't even realize what's going on around you. That makes you want to buy more drinks. Fuck. They buy bags of those pretzels and peanuts to give out in a lot of bars. Here in the Philippines, well, every peso counts with a business owner. I don't think you see that very often. I don't know if they do that at all here in the Philippines. I don't hang around in bars, I'm very happy and proud to say. Well, you can have just one. You can have just one, right? I live in a bubble, Best and Brightest says. I try not to let outside influences disrupt anything in my family's life. Well, that's what you should do, yeah. Who the president is doesn't affect me much. Well, I'm not living in the country, and as long as they leave Social Security alone, I'm okay. All right? I'm okay. They want to mess with your Social Security, then that's a problem. And that will be a problem to all of us. But leave that alone, and I'm fine. I moved out of the USA because I spent most of my whole life there. I had my fill. Sometimes you need a change, not just for a woman, but sometimes you need a change and a different culture to experience. I never really had that opportunity to experience another culture, except, people of diverse ethnicities in America. Of course, I've been around all kinds of ethnicities, but I didn't get immersed into one ethnicity, such as, Filipinos, until I actually moved out here. And I immersed myself into the culture. Anyway, there's my favorite 13 on here. Oh, and a guy that wrote me something nasty, He said, I've been following you for a number of years. And in fact, I've come on there under different names. He wouldn't know it was me. And I acted like I supported you. Well, I know that there are probably people on here of my favorite, the famous 13, very famous number on here. I know that there are certain people here that are probably trolls and they're trying to get on my good side. I'm not stupid. But I look at it this way. If they're on my channel and they're not causing any problems, then I don't have a problem with them, even if they are a troll trying to pretend that they like me or kissing my ass or whatever. As long as they don't, come on here to try to belittle me or attack me or whatever, I'm fine. All are welcome. But you see, the trolls that come on my channel are usually my enemies. And they want to go on my channel. If I know who it really was, they figure I would not have them on my channel and I'd block them. Jerry the Fairy does that. I know he probably has about 3 accounts, and there's other people too that come on my channel and pretend to like me and pretend to be my followers. Well, I'd like to tell you something about that. I already know this. And I deal with it. You have the choice to come to my channel or not. You could listen to me, but you could always go and listen to somebody else's channel, a show, if they have a live stream. Nobody's obligated to come here and listen to my crap on here, okay? But the fact that you do come on here is for one or two reasons. You've been following me for a lot of years. You like my style. You like what I have to say. You like the fact that I could go from topic matter to another and just not say, oh well, or that. Oh, excuse me. I talk about, man. I talk about shit. I talk about a lot of stuff, man. That's why you come, whether you're a troll or not. That's why you come. Some people come here to try to catch me in a catchphrase that they could use against me in a court of law or something. We know who does that. Sure, they do that. I'm not stupid. I know this. I already know this. But as long as you're not causing a problem on my channel, I have no problem with you. With that being said, oh, that was very clever, Barry. My God. Oh, good morning, guys. I was hesitant about doing this show, but what the fuck? Oh, hi, Robert. Uh, I don't think Barry did a show, but he did a posting, and it's hilarious. And on the post, it says, pro tip, the best way not to be called illegal is to follow the law. Oh, that's rich. That's rich coming from him. Like, what is he doing and what has he done to follow the law? I don't know, man. It definitely's got a fucking screw loose, man. And I suppose, Barry, you followed the law, right? You're just a model foreigner here, aren't you? If you had followed the law, you wouldn't be going on nearly, 2 years in detention and have a case against you. You think you want to do something a little different with that post you put on? Because that's hilarious coming from you. Oh, of course, I got another email from some clown that I think Barry's been writing me emails going under different names. Of course, it's the same thing. It's some form of intimidation, and that's okay. A bus has to stop somewhere, forcibly sometimes, and oh well. But what a post. I don't think he did a show overnight. Just a posting. Just a posting. Yeah, Mr. Loser, that's coming from a guy that scammed, stole, and lied to many people in the Philippines. Yeah. That was rich. That was really rich. Man, I am telling you, boy, when somebody's in denial, they're in denial. I mean, it's hopeless. It's absolutely hopeless. But this is not really the way I want to start off my morning. But I thought that was funny enough to come on and do a relatively short live. I thought it was a video, but then I just seen it was I don't think there was a video anywhere. I don't know. It was just a posting. It says, pro tip. The best way not to be called illegal is to obey the law. That's funny, man. Does he realize what a fool he makes out of himself all the time, even on a posting? Mr. Jordan, if you were obeying the law, you wouldn't be in that situation. And I don't know what you're making reference to. In other words, I'm not following the law, is that meaning to me, because immigration has told me that I can't do an ECC. Like that's a doing on my own, right? Think again. Why did you get arrested for immigration for almost 7 years of overstay? I guess you weren't following the law. And these little things called cyber libel crimes, 5 charges on them, and you're on trial, you didn't follow the law. And they saw it justified for you to go to trial. So you want to rephrase that posting, Mr. Jordan? Well, it's good to wake up and read something that makes you laugh anyway, to face a new day. That was a good one. There's a lot of good ones he posts on there. He likes to go to this, I don't know, you find this thing, all these so-called clever little things you could post on your show, words of wisdom, stuff like that. I don't know where he grabs all this stuff. It can't come from his own mind, so he has to find this and, oh, that'll be good to put on here. I'll show him. Oh God, this is exhausting, even for me. But if it's funny, I'll address it and say this is funny. Oh shit. Anyway, what's going on, guys? I'm not going to do a terribly long show here. I'm exhausting Popeye by doing this. Yeah, Ricky, I must say, he's losing it too. People, they try to get away with shit all the time, but it catches up to them after a while. Ricky was what I call a loose cannon. He nearly had a cardiac arrest when was guy from the United Arab, what's his name, Doc or something, sent him the equivalent of 272 American dollars. which is like 1,000 AED. But of course, Ricky says, I just made $1,000. 1,000, well, AED dollars, but it was substantial, $272. Barry probably fell off his toilet after seeing that he got that. And Ricky nearly, popped a blood vessel or something when he got that donation. I don't get it, really. I don't know. Now, Ricky makes the claim he makes $8,000 a month or something, right? Okay, well, if people notice and believe that, why would they still send him money? It's not like he needs it. But I guess Ricky was fucking around, free Barry J fund or something. Yeah, Barry did almost a whole show on that, really, didn't he? He was upset that Ricky was making money under his name. Well, Barry, you're not going to stop Ricky from doing that. That's what Ricky does. Haven't you figured it out yet? Oh, guys, I'm a little bit too tired to actually carry this show without any dialogue, but you're going to have to help me out. Just a little bit here, okay? It is morning. Shit, I got up early again, but then went to bed, and I just got up about 15 minutes ago, which is great for me. A little help from a Benadryl. Yeah, I'm on a Benadryl, which is an antihistamine. That's all I took. That's right, Robert. No Benny to Benzo. Yeah. All right, I'll just sit here and kind of carry on my business until somebody wants to raise a dialogue here, because I don't have that much energy. Actually, I should have just came on just to make my comment here, but pretty much talked out these days anyway. I don't know. Sometimes it gets to that point. Okay, well, what do I really have to talk about on here, It comes down to that, really. Oh, there's my cup. Ah, the famous tea. I know you can't miss that. Can't miss the tea. Well, I thought she bought lemons, but I don't see any lemons. Unless she's hiding them. Need to get some lemons in my tea. It's one thing you don't want is a dry lemon. Sometimes you get you bought some lemons. They sit around a while. You're lucky to get a good squeeze out of it. You know what I'm saying? I'll just go about my business here. You guys feel like conversating. Who used to say that? Conversating. Yeah. But that's an interesting post, wasn't it? Barry writes on a post. I thought he did a show, but I guess it was just a posting. Pro tip. And something, again, if you don't want to be called illegal, you must obey the law. That is hilarious. Good one, Barry. I'll have to remember that. Yeah. Yeah, that might be something you might want to consider. Oh, boy. Sorry, guys, my routine here. Oh, Stefan, yes, Barry said the other day, Ricky paid her lawyer 200,000 pesos for the case against you. Why didn't he use that? Well, first of all, a lawyer does not charge 200,000 pesos. Okay, let's kind of like begin right there. All right. A lawyer is not going to charge that to write up a letter and submit it. That's where the bullshit is, right then and there. 200,000. Ricky's not going to put out 200,000 pesos unless there was some payoff or something. Lawyers are not going to charge. Now, you could hire a lawyer just to do something, but if you have to retain a lawyer, that could cost anywhere from, according to the lawyer, 40, 60, 80,000. When I was dealing with Fazio, that was a Fazio case, right? Yeah. That was 100,000. Yeah, I put out some cash these days, these past. I believe me, I put out some cash. So 200,000? I don't think so. To write up a report and send it out? I don't think so. I don't think so. I really don't think so. I don't know where they come up with that figure. That has to be one of the most expensive lawyers in the Philippines. Because even the best lawyers tops 100,000 for any matters like this, tops. I know, because I had one of the leading agencies out here in Cebu when I was dealing with Mr. Michael Fazio. And I know Gonzalez and Associates, I'll tell you the name of the firm. Gonzalez and Associates, that's the name, not the game. That's the name and not the game. Yes, I heard Barry say from the money that Ricky raised, he used that for her lawyer. Well, as they said, nobody's going to pay 200,000 for a lawyer. If it's just to get a lawyer to write up, to read a complaint, write up the complaint, and submit it, that ain't no 200,000 pesos. Sorry. But that's no 200,000 pesos. I guarantee you that. Nope. I don't know where this figure came up. It's like, watch me take a rabbit out of my hat. Don't think so. It shows you how dense somebody is. So he puts a post on there. Pro tip, if you don't want to be called illegal. Oh, of course I was reactive to that because that was so fucking funny coming from him. Go check it out. He did a post. I can't make this shit up, man. I could, but I didn't. Really. That's something to consider, Barry. Really is. Barry does not have $1,000 saved, so he could pay his lawyer. How sad is that? Well, see, this is the kind of stuff, guys, that he wants you to believe. I don't sound like a parrot, but why not? He's been saving his Social Security for a long time, but he has to dip into it. He has to dip into it. His girlfriend can only do so much, and he really doesn't get much of any donations, so, hey, Just pardon me, I'm multitasking. Hi, Ginger. Hey, baby. What the fuck? I had a dream. I don't know, Deported was in it or something. Can you believe that shit? Brief. Deported? Jesus Christ. All right, come on, come on. I think he's eating his Social Security each month. Come on, if it wasn't for Barry, would we not have all this entertainment, really? To give us a reason to get up in the morning, right? Like Robert, if it wasn't for me, I make his day, or his evening, because when he comes on, his evening, early evening. Right, Robert? I try to do good. Now, I've been told that most of you boys on here that are seemingly pro-Frank are really vicious trolls trying to make believe that you're supporting me or my channel. What do you say to that, boss? What do you say to that? I made a statement yesterday. I said, troll or not, if they're coming to my channel and they're behaving, I don't have a problem with that. And I'm not sure what the purpose would be to come to my channel and pretend as if they like me. They like me. They really like me. I don't even know what the purpose of that would be. Any thoughts on that? Anyone? Not all at once. Not all at once. See, a lot of people come to my channel, but they don't always talk. They just want to sit and listen. They put their feet up on a desk and they get comfortable in their bed. Fluffy pillow. It's Frank time. Let's listen to Frank. And why not, right? Good morning, Sasao. Good morning. Who says I'm not loved? Who says I'm not loved? Look at this sweetheart here. Loves me to death. Always around me, always want to be pet. Racist. She's black and white, Never call me a racist. Look at that. She's black and white. What a sweetheart. What an absolute sweetheart. You love your daddy, don't you? What? You love your daddy. You love your daddy. I know you one thing. Dogs are wonderful. Now, Robert, I hate to keep on talking about Robert, but if that pooch of his died, man, he'd be one lost man, because he don't have a woman all these years. And I do understand about dogs. I do. I'm a dog person. All my life I've had dogs. I mean, literally all my life. They are man's best friend, but sometimes, in some people's cases, could be a man's life. I mean, absolutely their life. What's that, Stephen? I think most people have agreed with you and not Barry. If someone's halfway normal, they have to know Barry is the problem. Here's the thing. Here's what it really pans out to be. Yeah, it's true. People don't like Barry. That's a given. But they don't want to appear to not like him. They'd rather find a fall guy, whether like me or something. They can't stand the guy. They know that this guy's not exactly the best human on earth. His behavior, his demeanor, the things he's done. Of course they're all aware of that. Of course they are. But that's no fun. I mean, it's amazing that they do shows and copycat channels on me, but when you think about it, the person that they should be doing shows on, who's far more interesting than me and what he puts out, as far as not meaning good material, but there's always something on his show that they can do a copycat on or something and critique, because what comes out of his mouth on a normal basis, well, there's nothing normal about what he puts out, but I'm just saying, but I mean, you know, that's more interesting to listen to than me, to be honest with you. Because people have adjusted themselves to all his, you know, all the crap that comes out of his mouth, which is far more interesting than I could put out. I mean, nobody's interested in knowing something about the Philippines anymore. It's so exhausting. The one guy, and I see how some people really can get themselves in trouble. Who's a guy I listen to, the Brit guy, Philippines, something, whatever. And he's doing pretty much daily broadcast. And he always has something to say about the Philippines. So he's been living there a while. He's got this Filipino wife. And everybody's warning him, you better listen to your wife. He lives in some, what the fuck area? Some dangerous area, semi-dangerous area. And some Filipino, they own this little piece of land. It's a little beachfront property. It's obscure, but he likes to dock. They let him dock his little bunker boat there that he has. And he likes to go out fishing every couple of weeks or something, right? So they basically told him to, what's his freaking name? They basically told him, there are new characters in the community. Some have a little Barry in them. Yeah, I know. The big brrr. I don't go there because I didn't put him on my subscription list. I don't know. I forgot the name of his channel. Big whatever or something. But nevertheless, point being, so this guy, the owners tell him, I said, that he's saying basically that they're gifting him this land to use. They're not giving it to him. They're gifting him that land as if it's his, and he wants to go and build a little house or something on there. They can do that. Well, what's wrong with that picture? And everybody's trying to tell him that, even his own wife, is that there's something very fishy about this, excuse the pun, as it relates to this, that they're going to have him build something there, and then they're going to come in and say, get the fuck off my property after he built something on there. And that shit's been done all the time. And also, you know, usually a foreigner going out on a fishing boat, a bunker boat to fish in the southern area there is very suspicious. I mean, he puts some, you know, there are pirates out there that will kidnap him or whatever. And everybody's been trying to tell this guy, you're going to be another, what do you call story, you know, and get kidnapped or something. He said, listen to your wife, listen to your wife, listen to your wife. He goes, I know, but he's like really tempted. And really, it's just a lovely, he's the one that comes on and says, hello, you lovely people. That's the one. Never get the whole name of his show. Yeah, Popeye is now buddies with Barry to remain relevant. That's one sad man, I guess so. Yeah, he's not, you know, he seems to be more pro-Barry these days. Although he says he belongs in prison and everything that's going to happen to him, he still supports Barry in some way, certainly over me. But if they're going to do shows about somebody, I mean, who could find it's a more ideal person is Barry, not me. That's gotten old to a lot of people, actually. And the people that are putting it on are getting pretty old, actually, literally and figuratively. But how do you like that posting that Barry put on? Did you see the posting? Just a posting. I guess he didn't do a video. It's just a posting. I'm almost remembering it word for word. It's pro tip. Those who do not want to be called illegal should obey the law. And coming out of his mouth, or whatever, from his corner, that is hilarious. dude, you gotta kind of spend a little thought on what you write or say. Really. You have to. You're making a fool out of yourself in so many ways. Oh, yeah, he's always been a man that obeys the law. I never spent time in prison. I never beat up my wife and had to go to 6 months in jail. Never did that. The only time I was ever in a goddamn holding cell was for a contempt one time over a deposit issue with a landlord over in Seattle for like one day. Man, I'm a criminal. I'm a criminal. For a man my age, that's a pretty good record, really. Pretty damn good record. Yeah, that's what I said earlier, exactly the same words, rich. Barry Jordan saying that is rich. That's exactly what I said. I don't know. When does this all stop? I don't know. I think they want to prolong this because, quite frankly, I don't think these people like to listen to, I don't know if you want to call them normal people's shows, that have not been normally attacked in the community viciously. They need to have a fall guy. They need to have someone to nitpick on. And if neither me or Barry, was on here anymore, for whatever reason, I really don't know what the hell they do with themselves. I guess they just have to find somebody else to attack. Maybe they'll go back to Philippine Antics or somebody, or attack Philly in the Philippines or something more. There's always somebody out there that they want to attack. Region 6 says, Barry's, quote, wife, has a kid. I estimate by the photos to be about 13 years old, lives with the baby daddy. Well, something on that. It's been a subject that's been avoided on here. But she put on her report that I was saying false things, that she has children. And is that a crime? That I made some inference or something that she has some kids? And if she did have some kids, why would she hide that? And I remember there was a picture she posted with Barry, with the family. There was these couple of kids in that picture too. And it was not specified as to whose kids they were. If you remember that, when, she used to post some pictures on there, he did maybe. It's like they were taking a, quote, family photo. And I've seen her also with a couple of kids in pictures too. So I'm thinking either it's her sister's kids she was looking after. I don't know. I've always been suspicious of that. Regent says her kids live with the baby daddy while she raises her OFW sister's kid. Boy, that sounds bizarro world. Why would somebody do that? Let me analyze this. It is morning after all. Her kids live with the father. And why would that be, if that was true? But in the meantime, although her kids live with the father, this is bizarre. She raises her overseas foreign worker sister's kid, what I was told, what you were told, from who? I always like people to back up their statements, really, so I don't look like a fool. But I suspected, and I really, what's the problem if she did have kids? I mean, seriously, why would you hide that? I don't get it. I really don't. Why hide it? If that was true, and we don't know that to be true, it's all speculation and all that. You think, he thinks, she thinks, somebody thinks. It's easy to say, but It's another thing to actually prove it. So what if she did have kids? Does she have to be attacked for that? No, I wouldn't do that either. I don't hide the fact that my girlfriend has numerous children. Some people have one kid, two kids. Some people have a lot of kids. I mean, it's just a personal choice what they want to do. But I wouldn't go on the attack of her if she, had children. But I was very suspect with that anyway. I really was. Yeah, the opposite of what he says is what is the truth, really. I know what you're saying. I mentioned it because Frisbee brags that she doesn't. Yeah, it's it's usually the opposite of what he says. Very good thinking on that, yeah. In his case, what he says, think of the opposite, and you might come somewhere near the truth, somewhere. But what I don't understand is, and I really don't, is if she did have children, it's not against the law. I mean, why would you hide that fact? Well, I know that Barry doesn't want a woman with kids. I know that. I know that. And, Barry doesn't want the responsibility of a woman with a kid. He can barely take care of himself, nevertheless a woman, and nevertheless a woman with children. I always have to wait for this tea to cool off, or it's going to burn my throat. I mean, so why hide it? It's not a terrible thing to have children. But the one thing he made himself very clear about, that he didn't want to date a woman with children. So did she throw them somewhere just to satisfy Barry? Is that what happened? Let the father take care of him because Barry doesn't like any kids? I don't know. What's your thought on that? Well, let's just put it this way. Let's just say I would not be surprised if that was the truth. I wouldn't be surprised at all. There's really, these days, there's really nothing that surprises me anymore, honestly. Nothing. But I know one thing, he's getting closer and closer to having his phone taken away from him. Now, it is my understanding, and this is amazing in itself, really, my understanding is that I'm putting two to two together here. When I'd made my initial reports, not terribly long ago, that they came by and I think they confiscated his phone. So his girlfriend went out and bought him on credit a phone. Because he was talking about it, that he has to make payments on this phone. Which brings, of course, up another question, one after the other. Maybe it happened that he got his phone taken away from him. That's quite possible. And yeah, she got a phone out from him on credit. That's possible. Him saying that, and he's saying that he has to make the payments on the phone every month. All right, the next question would be, if he's so broke and he's begging so much for money, and if he, taking consideration that he does get his Social Security disability every month, and making a statement that, well, he has to pay for this every month. The question is, always, where is he getting the money to make payments on the phone, number one? Number two, again, where is he getting the Grab money payments for when he orders through Grab or the food services? Where is he getting that money if he didn't have a resource? Yeah, Regent says Frisbee admitted that. Yeah, we heard that. Why did he need a new phone? It's possible, yes. I think that's what happened. What land deal, Wilson Gills? I didn't do a land deal. I lost money. I think you got your wires crossed on that. Oh no, we did a land deal a long time ago near the port, and we made money on that. Oh, I see. I guess you've been listening to my show lately, and oh no, it's my girlfriend's dealing is a private loan with somebody to help out somebody's business. It turned out to be very good for a while, but then the gal kind of reneged on the deal to continue making interest payments and so forth and this and that, and a demand for the money and all that. That's why she's going to court. No, it's not over a land deal. I think you're misconstruing stuff. We had bought a lot out here a while back, and we made a killing on it. Or she did, basically. That was all good. There was no problem with a land deal. And what she's going to go to court for is nothing to do with a land deal. No. He's broke days leading up to his monthly Social Security payments. Sorry, Wilson. I didn't lose any money on anything. I gained money. We did. I think you got to get your facts straight before you make a statement on here. Because you know, I'm going to grill your head and I'm going to set you straight on this. I'm going to grill you. I'm going to grill you. Oh, Barry, who's been writing me, or it could be Brevis or somebody, one of his associates. One of his recent letters last night was that shame on me that I'm living off my girlfriend's money. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for real. This guy every now and then has been writing me. Philippines, something diddly, something, I forgot what the fucking name you call himself, but basically he says the past few years he's been catching my shows and otherwise, and he's saying shame on me using your girlfriend as an ATM. Boy, that's something you don't hear a lot. Well, in one case we hear it all a lot because we know what this one guy's doing. Everybody's an ATM to him. But now what this guy's writing me saying that I'm broke and that I'm living off my girlfriend's money. That's a good one, too. Really, tell me more about it. You seem to know more about me, sir. I know he's probably listening, whoever this guy is. And although I think it's Barry or Brevis or something that's writing. The guy sends me, he's a newbie that's been sending me a couple of letters. It's semi-threatening, semi-kind of intimidating type of thing, you know. In other words, normal business, what I get in the emails from these goobers. Regent says, I don't think his Social Security ever stopped. He's just terrible at managing money. I don't think his girlfriend gives him any money. If any, he gives her a little something. Gives her something, huh? What does he give her? His award-winning smile? Well, you would think he'd have to give her something because she has to come from a long distance, a relatively long distance, really, it is. I know how long it takes, from that region to get into Cebu because, I would go to the courts kind of out in that direction, Toledo, sort of, kind of. And I know how long it takes.
So she does have to spend money on transportation. She probably gets something to eat, probably brings him something. So yeah, he would have to. You would hope that he gives her something, be a real man and help her out a little bit. Yeah. He lets her keep the change, literally. I guess we'll have to call him Slick. Well, it seems though somebody's always writing information to me, and this is a good one. This is a real good one. Hey, Slick, are you out there, Slick? Slick. Hey, Slick. Well, they say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. There might be some truth to this, but... So what am I talking about? Apparently, I should just wait till more viewers. See, I kind of screwed up this morning. Had audio problems on there. Popeye was really disappointed. That's all right. He'll get his bottle of gin and smoke his Camels, and we'll be all over with. Well, it's something. Information came in, and I've seen it. I wish I could do a share screen or something. Popeye was yapping about why doesn't Frank get a laptop. I do have a laptop, and I used to use it exclusively for my broadcast. But when I got a cell phone, it was much easier. I still have a laptop. There's a few malfunctions with that thing on there. I can't get onto YouTube with that. So I don't know. It's just really strange. It's really strange. Anyway, somebody wrote me, and apparently our favorite vlogger on here, his dad was jailed in 2003 or 2004 for second-degree sexual assault. Yeah, second degree. And his nickname was Slick. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. His nickname was Slick. Oh, that's rich. Popeye, you're getting another chance to simulcast me, to replace the earlier broadcast. Are you ready? Are you ready? No, I'm not going to be on it too long here. I just had a very light breakfast, actually. But something else I got to definitely do. Got to work it, for a little bit anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, I should have just put that as a thumbnail. A little late now, I guess. Yeah. How do I do this? Oh, no. No, can't do that. Well, I thought I could do this, but no. Yeah, so, yeah, maybe we understand a few things now. I certainly do. I mean, really. No shit, man. Slick. His old man's name, they called him Slick. He's like 81 now or something like that. No wonder he doesn't want any association with his father or vice versa. Apparently with things really going on, I guess that's the truth after all. Probably the only truthful thing he's ever talked about on here. Amazing. He would even admit that. But yeah, somebody sent me something that's going around on Discord. And it shows a picture of the guy. It would be his dad. His dad. They call him Slick, nickname. He was slick of the dick or something, man. Because this guy, his father, was arrested for second-degree sexual assault. Second-degree sexual assault. They call him Slick. Oh my, oh my, oh my. You want to talk about family, dude? There you go. Yeah, it's real. I've seen the this official kind of a police report thing. His name and date of birth, all that stuff, and yep, nickname Slick. Slick. Is that not befitting? Second-degree sexual assault. No wonder this guy's so fucked up. You have to live with that? Damn. I can't even imagine what happened. Now, was it second degree of sexual assault on his son or other people? That's the question. No names need to be mentioned here on, you know. Second degree sexual assault. Wow. I guess that was no lie after all. Whatever you do, don't call this individual Slick. I think he's going to fall apart if you call him Slick. Yeah, I think he will. Hey, Slick, what's up? Sorry about this morning. I don't know what was going on with that. I was going to reboot it, and I said, fuck it. I had no audio for some reason. I didn't have the microphone turned off, though. That wasn't the case. So I'm not really sure what happened. Slick. I like it. That's a good name. Slick. Slick. Hey, Slick. Yeah. I like it. I know what they say, all in the family. All in the family. I wonder what he did for a living. Afraid to know that. Yeah, so his dad's name was Slick, nickname. Arrested for second degree sexual assault. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I have to interject with something here. I gotta interject here. Listen to Barry's coughing. He's got some serious lung issues going on.
And I just really don't buy this story that if you're ill, they're not going to take you at least to the public hospital, St. Vincent de Soto or something like that. It's like a 25 cent, rather a 25 peso registration. I mean, he manages to buy his food and everything else, but I even for the Philippines, I mean, I can't really buy this story that the guards are they're not going to arrange to take him to a hospital for a checkup. Yeah, that would be against his human rights. I have to agree with that, but I just can't. I just can't buy the story. Maybe he just doesn't want to spend any money or thinks there's going to be medicines involved. He's going to have to buy and all that. I don't know. I know that if I was in this situation, I'd be raising Cain. That's for damn sure. I'd reach, if I was him, I'd reach out to his girlfriend and have an ambulance come over there or something. I mean, why isn't he doing that? No, it doesn't sound really well. And sometimes even after quitting smoking, if you've been smoking since you were 8 years old, well, your body goes through a process of trying to rid and reproduce cells and all that stuff to save your lungs, but it's according to how much damage has already been done. So even though you quit smoking, but then when you start vaping, that's not really any better. And that's the problem. I know, that you want to do something, an oral fixation, with as far as smoking, having a cigarette in your mouth, your hand or whatever, and then you do vaping. That's not solving the problem. You're still introducing smoke in the lungs. But I just don't. I just don't buy the story. And why isn't he, while he's doing his live, why does he not yell out to the guards and get their attention? This is why I don't buy this. Why does he reach out to the guards, get their attention, say, hey man, I'm having a medical emergency here. I don't hear him calling for the guards. I know I would be. Get your motherfucking ass over here, man, and get me to a goddamn fucking hospital. So something's wrong with that. Come on. It's bad in the Philippines and in the jail system and all that. I get it, but nobody is going to deny anybody the rights to bring you to the emergency room, especially if you're not breathing good. I mean, that's insane. That's insane. There's got to be something to this because I just don't see it. Even for the Philippines, I just cannot see how they're going to ignore a prisoner's request because in prison, they'll help you out in prison. There's a lot of inmates that in prison that, and he's just in a detention center, but there's a lot of inmates in prison that will get escorted off to the nearest hospital. And if it has to be at the prisoner's expense or whatever it might be, I mean, whatever, he's got money. I mean, it's your fucking well-being, it's your health. And he keeps on yelling at me for putting him in there. Well, I didn't cause the problem that put you in there. Let's just get that straight, Slick. You don't like that name, and he knows why you don't like that name, Slick. Don't you? It's not my doing. Don't fucking point your sick finger to me. Tell you right now, you got yourself in there, man. You got nobody to blame but yourself. So if you're having a health emergency, then reach out to your girlfriend and tell her to make a call herself and get like an ambulance over there. If an ambulance shows up, they're gonna have to take you to just bring a guard with you. So I'm not really buying this shit about that they don't help them there. They do in a whole fucking prison. They do that shit, man. They're not going to have somebody die in there. No, they're not going to do that. So I'm not really buying this. I'm really not buying this story. He sounds like shit, that's for sure. He's got something going on. There's no question for that. No, I don't. Nobody asked me this, but I'm going to say, no, I don't wish that on him. As I don't wish it on me. Okay. But still, making a point here, I just don't see how they would not allow him to get medical attention. I'm sorry, but something with that, I mean, the guards are downstairs, right? Have you heard him call over to the guards and say, you got to come up here, I'm having an emergency? I didn't hear him say that. Is this all a sympathy act because Ricky's getting all this money and shit? I know I didn't listen to Ricky's show. I know he was taunting me and Barry. From what I could hear Barry playing his recording, I didn't go over there. But I heard a few of his episodes on his live stream. Barry, that is. Slick. Didn't sound good to me, man. That sounds like it's beyond bronchitis. I don't know. Of course, I've had bronchial episodes in my life, but I don't think I'd have one like that. He needs lung x-rays. Preferably a CAT scan, but that's expensive, and they're not going to do that at a public hospital. I don't know. I don't think so. A CAT scan is going to reveal everything. An X-ray will only reveal if the lung fields are clear or not. It would also indicate any kind of tumor, but it's not going to give you fine detail of what's going on a cellular, well, on another level. You're not going to see that on there. So, but hey, man, don't be fucking, dude. He's blaming his fucking incarceration on me continually. You put yourself in there, and I can't say this often enough. You put yourself in there. You shouldn't have done what you did. Can't get away with everything in your life, Mr. Jordan. You can't do that. And this is proof. Oh yeah, my girlfriend's going to go up to Rafi Tufo and the Geneva Convention and go up to Manila and find out why, what's going on. Wow, he's desperate for that to happen. I mean, he's got ill in his heart. Boy, he wants revenge on me, boy. I'll tell you that. He wants revenge with a capital R, with a skull on it. That makes me push further and further away from being lenient on him in any form or way. You got the picture? Do you understand it now, folks? You know, it's not affecting the cockles of my heart. I mean, it's just not. Downing me and downing me and downing me when he did it all to himself? Sorry. No. No. If he's got a medical situation, don't blame it on me. Blame it on your own health. I'm sure your conditions in there didn't help. But I didn't put you in there. Immigration picked you up and put you in there for your overstay of almost 7 years. And the reason you're there that long is because you've got a case on you. So why don't you complain to the various departments and not point your finger to me? And why don't you just accept responsibility for yourself? Number one, what you did. Fuck the freedom of speech. It doesn't work anymore. That stupid backup or defense that, you know, freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of speech to a certain degree. You just understand that. Because that's why you're trying to catch me with certain catch lines, because it has to do with freedom of speech that I may or may not be violating, in your opinion. Well, the same thing affects you, and that's why you're there. I know it ain't a great living situation. I will agree with him on only one thing and one thing only. That medical care should be available. And it has to be. I told you, man, I'm not buying into this shit. Have you heard him on his live broadcast coughing his lungs out, almost couldn't breathe? Well, I don't know, man. If that was me, the guards are downstairs, I'd be saying, guards, they're having an emergency. Did he do that? No. Is this a fucking act for sympathy because Ricky's making money and he's not? I mean, he would go that far, but I don't think this is one of his trickster things. I mean, I think he really has some serious health issues going on there. And no, I don't wish that on him. I really don't. That's something he did to himself. And I could potentially be having that problem myself if I don't quit. But I think, you know, smoking from 8 years old, well, that You know, that's the problem. That's a long time to be smoking cigarettes, have a kid smoking at 8 years old, all the way into age of 49-ish. Yeah, that's a long time. But man, you know, he has a lot of breath to call me names and all this shit on here and dox me and call me this and that, but he won't call the guys downstairs, the guards. What's with that? Are they just trying to punish him? Because, well, he says he's buddy-buddy with the guards. They're on his side, but why aren't they coming up there to help him out? Say, hey, buddy, no, we need to get you to see some emergency care. Why aren't they doing that? If they're on his side and they're his buddies, why aren't they doing that? And they don't have to be his buddies for them to do that. I think that's a critical thing that you have to do if you have a prisoner. You can't let somebody die because, well, they don't want to do it downstairs. No, I'm not totally buying this. And if that's true, then yeah, that is a problem. That is a violation of human rights, not to be able to get medical attention. But they do it in prison. Why would they do it in a detention center, which is a lesser degree of imprisonment? That's all I got to say about that. Yeah, I'm not buying this. Just not buying this. We are kicking it out today. We are. So Barry says they're on Bantayan Island, armed personnel waiting for me. I haven't seen anybody. My eyes ain't that great either, though. Got prescription glasses, but I didn't see no ghost. Ain't no ghost. They're on Bantayan Island just waiting for me right now. That's what Barry said. Haven't seen them so far. Maybe the rest of the day. So did they rent a hotel or something and they're waiting for me to go downtown or something? Guns drawn? Really? I haven't seen anybody there, Barry. Raffy Tufo. If anybody should be a subject of Raffy Tufo, it would be Barry Jordan. That's for goddamn sure. Not me. It's funny just to hear this, though. And the Geneva Convention stuff in the past, that was one of the good ones, too. Let the Geneva Convention know about me. Boy, I must be rootin' tootin' raspberry criminal, man. I must be. Rootin' tootin' raspberry criminal, I must be, Barry. Speak for yourself. Barry says they're in Bantayan Island right now waiting for me. Well, only person that's come over here was the guy who came over to give me a very much needed haircut. I didn't check if he was armed, if he had a wire on him or something. I must say I didn't check him for that. He's working with the secret forces. Nobody here but us chickens.
I see no ghost. Nobody here. He said they're in Bantayan waiting for me now. But before he said that, he said, wait in the next 2 weeks. So which is it? They're here now to arrest me? Or is it in 2 weeks? You confuse me, son. Slick, your new name, Slick. Listen, Slick. You're confusing your audience. Not that you've never done that before. Boy, you got some mean in your heels, don't you? You've got some vengeance in your soul, don't you? You don't like where you're at, and I understand it completely. And by the way, you better... Man, did you guys hear his morning show? Whew! Doggy. That boy had some serious shit going on with his coughing, and he says he caught a virus from somebody, but nah, I don't think that's no god dang virus, man. He's continued to vape, and he thinks that's safer than cigarette smoking, but no, it's not. Read up on it. He's a professor, you know. Hello, Hector. That's Slick. Big brrr. No, his dad's name, his nickname was Slick. And they posted something on Discord, a rap sheet of his father, who in 2004 was arrested on second-degree sexual assault. That's what I heard. And his nickname was Slick. Oh, that probably pissed him off, let me tell you. Got it. You saw that? Yeah, Slick. What an excellent nickname, Slick. He tries to be slick, you know, but he's really not. And I don't know what your opinion is. I brought this up on the show. Yeah, he's Slick Jr. You said it, I didn't. Okay. What do you think about his coughing spasm today? That was pretty serious. Now, he claims, and I covered that topic already, but he claims that if he has a medical emergency, that they're not going to bring him to at least a public hospital, right? That's protocol. I said on that show, I said, I don't buy this. I don't buy it. It may be, like I said, it might be the Philippines, but nah. Saying that in jest, of course you are. Yeah, I understand completely. I tell you one thing, I'd make a stink. If I was in his shape, health-wise, I'd be yelling at those fucking guards. You get your fucking ass over here. You need to call. And if not, he's got a phone. He's talking to his girlfriend all the time. And, you know, just say, hey, Shauna, na. You got to help me out here. I need you to call an ambulance and have them send him over to the detention center. Why doesn't he do that? I don't get it. Because I'll tell you what, that sounded serious to me. As much as I don't like the guy, nobody should suffer in that kind of situation. Well, he caused it himself. I mean, his lungs, but no matter, you know, what the source was or the reason or rhyme, if you're having a medical emergency, you should be treated. I believe in that. I wouldn't happen to me. I wouldn't want it to happen to me either. Or anybody else, really. I don't think... I just think something's not right here because... something's not right because he claims that they won't bring him to a hospital or a doctor. Maybe because he doesn't want to pay any money. He doesn't want to pay the transport. Okay, here we go. He'd rather die than pay the transport expenses. Is that what it really is? I think that's what it really is. He'd rather die than pay. I mean, he's got money to buy Grab and everything every day. I don't want to hear this shit no more. And he's not willing to put the money out to get the guards or whatever to pay for transport to go to a local hospital. It's only... for a public hospital like St. Vincent de Soto, that's only like 25 to 50 pesos registration fee. That's all it is. Listen, Slick, you know, It's your fucking lungs, but I'm also going to tell you, I know you quit smoking, and supposedly anyway. That's a great thing if you actually did, unless you're a secret smoker. But you are vaping, and I hate to tell you this, Slick, but you know that ain't any better for your lungs than cigarettes. I mean, the way I look at it, if you're able to quit smoking, why the hell do you need to vape? I know, it's like, I know how it is because I smoke it. You used to having something to blow out, you know. I get it. If anybody does, I do. But nah, man, if I'm going to be totally off cigarettes, I'm not going to use a fucking vape. The idea is you want to clear out your lungs. You don't want to put more smoke or anything and chemicals in your lungs. I mean, doesn't that make sense to you guys? It makes sense to me. Hone in on this. So he's going to get Geneva Convention involved here. He wants to go after Ricky. And he's really upset that Ricky's been making a lot of donations. Well, good for Ricky, you know. Well, Ricky's calls it the free bomber thing just to piss Barry off. Of course he's putting out his own pocket. He ain't giving no more money to Barry. Then Barry's threatening him, saying, I'm going to tell him what's really going on. I'm going to tell everybody. You ain't going to want me to say what I'm going to say. Well, got a big triangle going on here. You heard of the Bermuda Triangle. Well, we got the Barry Triangle here. Hey, Slick. What's going on, Slick? Did you hear Nico's bullshit today? Mr. Brave Soul. And he's like 50 years old or more, right? He's talking about, I at least have a mother and a father. Yeah, well, I imagine you do if they're still alive, you know, Mr. Nico's lack of sex experience. My parents happen to be dead. So how could I have any parents in my life? He makes no sense. In other words, ha ha on you. Oh, and he kept on saying, I want you to die. I want you to die. Be careful of what you wish for, my friend. Be careful what you wish for. It may come back to slap you in the face in a big way. You're not the healthiest specimen on fucking YouTube. I'll tell you that right now. No, you're not. No, you're not. Them drugs took a big dump on you in the past. At least I wasn't into no goddamn street drugs. I learned better from my brother. Best example I could ever, learn from. But he has a really checkered past, old Nico boy. Nico's lack of sex experience, yeah. He'd rather fuck a blade of grass. Oh my God. I have fun just listening to this nonsense, There is entertainment value in this after all. Nico could talk and talk and talk and talk 60 miles per hour. What is he on present day? That's what I wonder. Speed? What is he on? Damn, slow them horses down. Slow them horses down. What's your drug of choice these days, bud? Me? Am I your drug of choice? I tell you, I still think Nico is attracted to me. And so is Popeye. I think they are truly attracted to me. I'm convinced of it. Even Barry. Slick. Always talking about me coming over there to suck his dick all the time. I mean, what's that all about? Sorry, but that don't sound very kosher to me. Doesn't sound very kosher at all. Okay, we're going to have a dialogue, or do I just sign off here? I'm getting close to lunchtime anyway. No dialogue, no show. I don't feel like doing a soliloquy.
Did too many shows against uploads, whatever the fuck I did today from when I got up this morning. It's called audience participation. Hello out there. Okay. I'm sorry, am I losing popularity on here? Because maybe I make too many shows. That's okay. As long as you're out there listening very carefully and recording, I know how it goes. But I come on here to say what I want to say. But I point out the facts, son. There's no fiction going on with my show. Not whatsoever. So Slick is really upset with Ricky. Don't be using my name. Well, why don't you go put a case on Ricky then? Well, that's right. You got no money. You ain't got no lawyer. Of course he has money saved. He's not going to tell you or me. Shh, don't tell anybody. He could put that act on for as long as he wants, but he'll be found out. Eventually his girlfriend's going to figure it out. You mean you had money in the bank all this time and I've been coming over buying you supplies? Well, she don't talk with an accent, but I'm surprised she doesn't by now. I've been giving you this, giving you that, giving you this, giving you that. And you had money in the bank, you've been getting your Social Security disability this whole time, you motherfucker? Oh, I'd love to hear her say that to him. My girlfriend's going to go to Manila to see the gorilla. She's going to find out what's going on with my case. Well, her complaint, not case, but let's straighten that out. Oh, they're desperate, man. Revenge in their hearts, boy. Big time revenge in their hearts. Well, I could tell you that don't help them, either one of them out. I could tell you that, and I will tell you that later on, as you will see as time goes by. But wait a minute. He said on his last show that they're already here waiting for me. But then he said before that, you watch, next 2 weeks they're going to come and pick you up. But then he said, almost in the same breath, they're in Bantayan right now waiting for you. I was in town today. I didn't see nobody. No armed guards come to my door with long arms. The Geneva Convention wasn't here. Geneva Convention. Oh, gosh. If you have an adversary, at least have the best one to have is a dumb one, okay? The best adversary is the nitwit. If you have to have an adversary, that would be the choice. Because it's so easy to catch them in such bullshit and get evidence and everything else. It's so easy. Easy peasy. All right, well, you guys made a few comments here, but that's about it. So I guess I'm going to end my show. I've been on quite a bit today, but we had a few things going on today, and that's why I've been so responsive. So responsive. What did I catch Popeye in today? Well, of course, his Web of Lies, of course. Oh, no, they talk about Gilda quite a bit. Either she has money or she doesn't have any money, or I'm hanging on her coattails like an ATM or something, or I love hearing this. If they only knew certain things, if they only knew. But there's certain things I talk about, there's certain things I don't. There's certain things I'll say to bait people to make them believe something. Now, supposedly we lost money on a bad deal on land. Well, somebody better have told me about that, because I don't know of a bad deal on some land. I know of a good deal on land in the past. Well, I don't know of any bad deal that had to do with land. No, we didn't buy any land recently. None at all. Got to save our money for the court, you know? Land. I love when they just come up with this shit and take it as the gospel, you know? They don't know what my situation. They're never going to know my situation. Mine, my bank account, her bank account combined, whatever. They don't know shit. First they say I'm broke.
Then they're saying that, you know, both broke, you know. Then they're saying that I'm taking Gilda's money and her riches, and she's supporting me. Well, again, which is it? We're broke, either one of us, or individually, or not. And they got to make up their mind. They're starting to confuse me now. I got to go look at my bank account today. I should have done that. I got to check my balance. Because they're telling me I'm broke. And I guess you better check her balance too, because, oh, well, she might be. Okay. She might be broke. We don't know about it. That's the beauty of all this. Let people believe what they want to believe and watch them fight over it. And then you're going to hear such quite different opinions and statements on here about me. They don't even know what's true or false, and they just kind of fly with it. Oh, that sounds good. I think I'll just say that. As long as it's insulting him, let's just say it anyway. Let's hit him where it hurts. Anyway, Slick, there's no armed guards here in Bantayan today. Maybe tomorrow. Or maybe in 2 weeks, as you said. I know, but then again, you said in the past you were never going to get arrested for your overstay. That I never really filed a case on you, and I did, and I was right every time. Imagine that. Okay, Slick, take care of that cough. If I had some cough drops, if I was in the area, I'd throw you a cough drop. Nice try, but no cigar. Ah, you're a funny guy, Ricky, though. Not going anywhere. I gave you the Looney Tunes. You bought that one too, didn't you? Okay. Well, what can I say? No, there's been no deportation papers, and all Ricky was holding up was didn't want to show it on there. He was reading the exact words that was on the actual complaint that Barry's girlfriend put in. That he was reading word for word on that. I got a copy of it, obviously. No, there's no action being taken. There's no resolution on this case at all. Ricky's trying to gain the views and numbers and get some donies. Get some donies from the bonies. Nice try with no cigar, Licky. Nice try. No, and they're certainly not going to make a decision on a Sunday. Shaw supposedly went out there today, and all of a sudden she got a decision on a Sunday. I don't think so. And actually, truthfully, my lawyer would have had paperwork on that before anybody would actually see that. So, oh well, wishful thinking, Licky. You really are a drama queen, aren't you, Ricky? Everything for the numbers. Whoever's getting their hopes up, as I said, don't hold your breath on this. Yeah, my lawyer would be the first one that would know about this kind of shit. And no cigar for Licky Ricky. Sorry to disappoint you, Ricky. He's holding up a paper. Believe me, if he had a paper saying I was going to get deported, that sucker would be right on camera, word for word. That would not hold Ricky back. That's for damn sure. That would never hold him back. There's no reason he would hold back. No cigar, but I'm having a smoke. Blow smoke up your ass, Ricky. Yeah. Wishful thinking. But anyway, as Barry likes to say, but anyway, it is what it is.
But what Ricky is trying to put out there is not. But then again, he was looking for a reaction from me. He was looking for a reaction. I think that's all, folks. What that meant was there would be no information highway being shared on my show. That the information highway has to come from the upper people, not from the lower people on YouTube. This is not a court of law on YouTube, I assure you. Although everybody's an armchair lawyer, and they seem to know the law better than the lawyers do. Imagine that. But sorry to disappoint certain folks, but no, there's been no determination, there's been no resolution, not at all. If anybody would know, I would know, but before I would know, my lawyer would know. And he would tell me if he got it first and give me a copy. It's the way it works. If there's a resolution, the lawyer has to be contacted. Nice try, Licky boy. Nice try. But again, no cigar. No cigar for you. See what I'm saying? Okay. I think somebody's trying to make a couple of bucks. That's what I was thinking. Okay. Gotta hit the sack pretty soon here, my boys. Somebody gave in and they gave him $100. Clever. He's clever. Ricky is using his skills to manipulate people to make more money. I should have elaborated more on my last show, but I was going ready to hit the bed. I said, "Oh fuck, I'll come back on here, do a live." We don't want Barry to get too excited, and he might have a heart attack. Might have a heart attack. No, there's been no resolution made on Shaw's complaint. And the only paperwork Ricky was holding up was some paperwork and maybe some copies of the original complaint that Miss Charisma Sharam, put in on me. Word for word. That was exactly what was on the complaint form. But he made himself some donation money. That was the whole point. I know Barry ain't happy with Ricky making any money on this. Yeah, no. I'm not. Do I look like I'm deported? Right here on my show. Yeah. See my garden? Hmm? Look at that nice moon out there. I'm deported, huh? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me. Replay channel fell for Ricky's lie and donated 99. I know it's hilarious. Ricky is good at what he does. People are so goddamn gullible on it. Yeah, on a Sunday, you're going to get a notice on a Sunday, right? You ain't going to find one government officer or an attorney or anybody that's going to be working on a Sunday. Not in this country, pal. Not in this country. Yeah, they fell for it. They certainly did. Good. I'm glad they gave him 100. That's 100 out of their pocket for something that didn't happen. So, oh well.
Do I sound like I'm deported? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I just want to get a reaction because I put a show on, and it was a Looney Tunes thing, and I said goodbye to the information highway. That's what that all was about. In other words, I was not going to give any information out from the case scenario. Best and brightest, I just think it's karma. The replay channel was the sucker who donated. Isn't that something? Boy, Ricky will do anything to get an audience, that's for sure. And to make some money on there. But he supposedly makes $8,000 a month. Why does he need people's money? And it's supposed to go to Barry Jordan. That's funny as hell. Well, I expect this kind of shit from Ricky. I expect it. But if he's that reactive, but these people that are reactive, how are they going to react when they find out that that's not the case? What if they find out that maybe I'm exonerated from this report? What then? And I'm not overstay for fucking 4 months. I don't have an ECC, and that just started the beginning of the fucking month. I don't know where he comes up with 4 months. 4 months? Shit, I was in the immigration office just, when was it? Last time I was just in Cebu. 4 months? I don't think so. Yeah, Barry was, all those fools fell for Ricky's. Yeah, I know. Well, Ricky's an entertainment channel, right? And that's what he's doing to make a little bit of money. He made a lot of money off of Barry in the past, didn't he? So why not make some money off me? I gotta shut down shop here. Oh yeah, Barry wasn't sounding so good. No, he wasn't. He's got something going on there, man, that's for sure. No, he wasn't sounding good though. He was coughing and holy shit. I gotta put this light on a second here. Low 27. I go under the blankets tonight if I have to. Okay. No, Ricky made himself at least $100 from the copycat channel. Then they find out that there's been no release of information on a response. There's been nothing. My lawyer would have had it. I would have had a copy. And on a Sunday, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, but let me tell you something. If they had real paperwork, he'd be displaying word for word, showing it on camera. Nothing would stop Licky. Nothing would stop him from doing that. He just wanted to make a couple of bucks, and people were falling for it. He got people on his panel. He's got this M-Doc guy, and he's got Jay. He's got Jay on there, and he got all the fucking creeps on there. Mick Fisher, and all these people, partying it up, saying it's about time, and all this stuff, and cheering Licky on, just to find out that, well, it's not true. Steven says, all those fools that fell for Ricky's. Yeah, okay. Barry would be live as well if it was. Yeah. Yeah. I listened to Barry's show, and he had a coughing spasm that was a real intense one. He had a bunch of others. And I don't know what happened at the end of his show. He just wasn't talking. It just kind of show went off. And I still, again, I don't buy that story where if you're having a medical problem, that they're not going to take him to the hospital. Yeah. Barry would be live as well if it was true. Oh yeah, he'd be like crowing like a fucking rooster with his chest out. Absolutely. And he would be the one showing the paperwork. Barry. Barry would not hesitate on showing sensitive documents and stuff like that. He'd be the first one to be on there displaying the paperwork like he did in court. Look what I got here, Judge. Look what I got. Yeah, he'd be the first one. Best and brightest. Barry could be in the hospital for all we know. He sounded like he was
Well, his breathing wasn't good either. Breathing, I heard his breathing too. I don't know. He takes like maybe like an albuterol inhaler or something, and well, like I said on an earlier show, even though he quit smoking, um, he started to get back into vaping, and that was not going to help. I could tell you that. I am Big Buddy says, why wouldn't he do it? And you think Don C and the other guys believed that they sounded like they did? They don't sound like they believed it. No. Barry would not go to the hospital as it would cost him money. Yeah, I said that on an earlier show today. He'd sooner suffer it out if he had to go put money out in a hospital. Well, there's certain procedures at a public hospital, they'll cover, but there might be some money involved, and he doesn't want to expend any money. He'd rather die in his cell. And look, here's the way I see it. I think this was an exaggerated little episode that Barry had because, come on, if you were really having a respiratory problem like that, he'd be clanging his cup on the bars. He'd be yelling for the guards to come up and say, "Get me an ambulance." If they didn't want to cooperate, he could always call his girlfriend and tell her to call an ambulance and to go to the Mandawi Detention Center. Well, that's the way I see it. Yeah, that's the way I see it. No, no resolution has been, there's been no resolution to this. And believe me, if Ricky had the paperwork, just like Barry, and not wave something in the air, he would put that right on camera, guaranteed. And especially Barry. Barry would be on here. He would be on here rejoicing. They were giving their opinions. What do you mean? I don't know. What are you talking about? They were giving their opinions. And how is Ricky going to have that in his hands? Okay, first of all, yeah, it would be in Shaw's hands, and then it would go right to Barry, and Barry be quick to put on a show saying it's real, it happened. Here's the paperwork. See, read this, and he'd read it aloud. What, excuse me, I'm coughing. What Ricky read on there was a copy of what was said on Shaw's complaint. That's all it was, word for word. I know because I've obviously read it. They would not hesitate to display it. Waving some paperwork around is one thing, and actually showing a real document dated and everything else and signed and all that, that's a whole nother story. Barry on his deathbed would go live to show those papers. So he would, Stefan. He'd be on his deathbed and he'd be waving that around. That's no exaggeration, actually. There's no exaggeration. But I'm just basically giving a response here to my viewers of the bullshit that Ricky's spreading on his channel to make money. It's working. He's making money. They're all celebrating, thinking that I'm going to get deported. And it doesn't work that way anyway. Well, even if they did come out with a deportation order, I still have the right to do my appeals and everything else. So he's forgetting about that. Excerpts from July. Yes, I think it was July, wasn't it? Maybe July. July? I thought it was early as April. Well, I don't know. I thought it was earlier than that. No, he read word for word. I got it right here. He read word for word what was on her complaint. Yeah, Ricky's a sick man. He really is a sick fucker. He needs a fucking serious bus to hit him in the face. I mean, he seriously does. He's been pushing his luck in the Philippines here. And not only Philippines, he's been pushing his luck in Thailand for a long time. He made a lot of enemies. He's confronted people that he walked away, inclusive of Mick Fisher. There were some people in Thailand. that he almost got his ass kicked with. It's just going to happen sooner or later with Ricky. I know it will. If that doesn't happen to him, he's going to fucking die of a fucking heart attack or something. What he eats and his weight and his high blood pressure and all that shit. It's a matter of time. Well, I only came on to inform my viewers that Ricky's full of shit. Here I am. I didn't get deported. And then Yats. I don't know what her trip is with me, man. I have no idea. I met her. I was nice to her, and she was nice to me. Now, because she's very good friends with Mick Fisher, and Mick Fisher has an attitude toward me. I read some of the things she was saying. I mean, it was not outright direct, but it almost like hinted that, oh, I don't live far from Bantayan, so I could find out something. You can't trust anybody on here. Yat seems like a nice woman. I had nothing ever bad to say about her, but she's very close to Mick Fisher. Let's just say that, and as such, she's gonna be on the side of Mick other than me. That's just a fact. That's his girlfriend, as far as I understand. He tried to hide it, but it was obvious to me. Jay, Don C, and Brevis, the three losers who wanted to believe that so badly, got played. They all got played. And so did the copycat channel, whatever. Frank Pataglia replays, actually. They donated $100, and Ricky's smiling from ear to ear, and they lost $100 on nothing. That was worth it. Put out $100 bill for something that did not happen. Every one of them is a fucking loser. All the losers got together on one channel. All the fucking losers. M. Doc, whoever the fuck he is, and Jay and Ricky and whoever else was on there in the audience commenting. Oh yeah, Ricky's making money tonight, but then they're gonna find out that it's not true. They say, oh shit. Oh well, it's not my money. Nothing coming out of my pocket for anybody on here. Anyway. Obviously, I'm not deported. Hello. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to share the same toilet as Barry. You know what the toilet's going to be? He's going to open his mouth and I'm going to fucking shit in it. That's going to be my toilet if I was in there. What was great? Oh, that they gave money for something that didn't happen, or they want to believe it is. They wanted to believe it so badly. Anybody who believes either Barry or Ricky, they got something wrong with them. Ricky's a player, plays with people's head all the time. Yeah, he's not normal. He's got some definite problems. Let's just say that. You could see that for yourself and hear it. He's out there to make money, and I still don't believe he's making 8,000 a month. I think that's a cover up. Because put it this way, why would he live in a piece of shit apartment complex that's made for low income people and pay like $200 a month rent, and then try to show people he's living a 5-star lifestyle, but he's living in a dumpy apartment. And every now and then he'll go to a hotel or stand in front of a hotel to say he's living a 5-star lifestyle. In fact, he's just, anybody could walk into a hotel and say, I'm staying there. It's only been a few times he's been in a decent room that I remember. Most of the time he's standing in front of a place. Or maybe he's having dinner in a nice place, but he ain't necessarily staying at that hotel. I could walk in front of any hotel and walk in the lobby and say, this is where I'm staying while I'm in Cebu. I could very easily do that. Don't take much. Walk over there, say, hey, this is where I'm staying. 5-star lifestyle. Look what he's living in. But he bought this expensive bed from IKEA. There's nothing quality from IKEA. It's a Swedish company, and they make fucking beds out of balsa wood or some cheap fucking wood.
And you have to. It comes unassembled, as I believe I remember. I remember these IKEA places when I lived in Seattle. It was not quality furniture. They sold bunk beds and all kinds of shit. It was garbage. Garbage. IKEA is garbage. Loser says there's no way he's making that much. He lies about everything. He's not making 8,000 a month. No, he's not. 5-star lifestyle. This is a guy that in Vegas was spending his time picking up these people who lost or threw away these little receipt things from the hotels or gambling casinos that would give you a free breakfast or something like that. Yeah, he was known for walking around picking up these things and gathering them. Does that sound like a man that's making $8,000 a month to you? And he stole free donuts on Sundays. Anyway, his show is a bust now that they know that didn't happen. And how would he have it so quick, right? If he had paperwork and it was legitimate, how would he have it? Why would it be in his hands? Because I guarantee you, Shaw would have received something. It would have been copied to Barry through the network, Coconut Wireless. Barry would be on his show boasting like a rooster. Unless he dropped dead in his cell, I don't know. Either way, who cares? But yeah, first thing Barry would be on, he'd have that paperwork, he'll put it on camera, he'd read it. That's exactly what he would do. He stole donuts on Sunday. He took the whole box. God, what a loser this guy is. Seriously. Well, he's going to go out of his mind because when you act that way, maybe he just does that on his YouTube channel, but that really becomes part of your personality. And he's taken chances with a lot of people that he fucking pissed off, whether it's in the Philippines or Thailand or something. He really took a lot of chances, and somebody one day is going to not take his shit. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. He sure didn't stand up to Mick Fisher, did he, that day? Oh, I apologize. Yeah, yeah, right. Now, that was funny. And Brevis with his, after Mick Fisher left, he was locked and loaded. Yeah, how come he wasn't locked and loaded when Mick Fisher came in? He had a problem with Mick Fisher. I mean, he was locked and loaded. Well, why did he do something? No, he didn't. Didn't do anything. I think two things were happening tonight. Ricky saw that I had this Looney Tunes thing. That's all, folks. But I put an explanation on there when I had on the comment section. I said that the information highway has come to an end or something like that, meaning that I'm not going to be talking about the case. And that's what I meant by it. It didn't mean I was getting off YouTube at that moment. Now, Ricky saw that, and this was a tool. What he did was he wanted me to react. So he did a show to try to tease me and dox me and whatever, and try to make me freak out or something, which didn't work. Believe me, I would know if there was a resolution because my lawyers are right on it. They'd be the first people to know. It wouldn't wind up in Ricky's hands. And as they said, if it was a real document and it was real, he'd read the whole damn thing. Why would that stop Ricky? Ricky just wanted to get a reaction. There's two things Ricky wanted. He wanted to get a reaction from me to bring me out, which he thought I was getting off. Two, a way to make money. And he succeeded. And these naive bastards, they just fell for that shit. Copycat channels should ask for their money back. Yeah, good luck with that. Good, I got the copycat channel to dish out $100. That's good in its own.
Anyway, guys, uh, I'm going to get off here. I just thought I'd come on and I let my viewers know what was really going on. Nobody's being deported. There's been no resolution, especially on a Sunday, which was if they couldn't, if they were that stupid and they bought that from Ricky, it's a Sunday. There's not a legal office open. No lawyer is going to get out of their bed or leave their house on a Sunday out of work and give a copy of a report to the complainant. Uh, Certainly not in Ricky's hands. But Ricky made $100. Ricky planned this out. That's what he did. As I said, he wanted to get a reaction from me to see if I really got off YouTube. I didn't say it was gay. I said, that's all, folks. And I did write a comment in there at the time saying that the information highway is closed. That was exactly what I said on there. I didn't keep it on the Looney Tunes thing. It was on enough to have enough people see it. That was it. He wanted to see if I'd be reactive to his show, trying to pull my chain and get a reaction from me. Well, he's got a reaction that some of his viewers are not going to like to hear because some of them may have donated. I know one person did. Jay will probably put in something, and Mick Fisher or something. He'll probably make a couple $100 tonight. Maybe not now that they know, but you haven't seen Brevis's Orkin Man jumpsuit in a while. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while, actually. Stuff in the copycat channel should ask for money. Oh, yeah, he said that. Yeah, they bought his bait. They bid his bait on his shows, what they did. Now that's funny. That is funny. Obviously, I'm not. The priest said I was deported. I'm right here. Hello. I'm right here. Am I deported? I showed you outside of my house. And believe me, I'd know about it. Oh, believe me, I'd know about it if there was a resolution, good or bad. And certainly my lawyers would know probably before I would. Okay, now that we got that settled. Oh, gee, did Barry do his show yet? Did he die or is he in the hospital? You know, I believe he's got this thing going on with his lungs, but that he could play act pretty well too to get sympathy because even during his coughing, he was still asking people for money. I don't know if you noticed that or not. I took notice of that. And he's expressing his being upset with Ricky, and Ricky's making money and he's not, and they should be donating to him. And they weren't, and Barry wasn't making hardly any money on his show. Barry would be the first one on here to be displaying because his girlfriend, his lovely, beautiful, gorgeous girlfriend, would be the first one that would be copying the report and sending it right over via email to Barry. And from there, Barry would run, not walk, on his show. Look what I got. Look what I got. And he'd read the paperwork because he's not embarrassed to do that. He's read sensitive documents before when he shouldn't. He'd be ripe to go put that and read it and show it on camera. That's where it is. Anyway, I'm going to sleep. Now that I straightened that out, let's see how Barry reacts to this. He probably heard it and got excited and probably decided to call his girlfriend. Is it true? Is it true? Is it true? Bruce Monroe. Looks like Ricky was trying to get a free burrito from Tequila Reef. Man, that guy is stingy, man. I mean, you remember all the Las Vegas shit? He was picking up those coupons to get, whatever it was, free breakfast something, or that's embarrassing. Yeah, if he was making $8,000 a month, I assure you,
At his age, he wouldn't want to rent some dumpy ass apartment, no better than anything Barry's ever lived in. No, he would have that 5-star hotel. And what is he doing with the rest of his $8,000 a month? Besides buying some broad for the night, buying some dinners, which he does eat a lot. And what he eats, well, that's the great thing. Why is it a great thing? Because one day he's just going to drop to the pavement. And I'll laugh my fucking ass off. Well, again, I'll end this by saying, nice try, Ricky, but no cigar. No cigar. Popeye 2.